want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awakened, I can taste it. We can make an impact, grab and then take it. Like a disease, bring them to their knees. They for there to see. Rage is like a wind, spread into the streets. It's time to make them bleed. 'Cause we just want retribution. Let's go light up the darkness. Make true of an empty promise. Flip gods into weak and harmless. Take to the streets and turn them to a mosh pit. 'Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make
All right, guys, let's get this party started. If you want a reading, be sure and visit my stand store. It is linked in the description below. And as always, we have a fair use, a disclaimer. As you come in, please hit the thumbs up, subscribe if you're not subscribed, and share the video if you like it. Let's get it going. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Astrology for Mystics with Jen. I hope everybody is doing great today, as we are going to be discussing Iran and this holy war, this bringer of Jesus. That is what everybody is talking about. I mean, other than, Nancy Guthrie. That is what everybody is talking about. It seems like that there is a holy war, that we are in World War III. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments. So we are going to get started after I say hello to everyone. Hello, Jeff. Hello, Cree Designs. Hey, AJ. We have never seen a god out of the 4,000 being worshiped doing anything, but we have seen men, powerful, greedy, narcissistic men, doing all kinds of evil to benefit them and calling it God's will. Isn't that the truth? Isn't that the truth? And nothing but the truth. Absolutely. Totally agree with that. Totally agree. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you so much. Yes, please become a member. Hey, Cree Designs. Thank you so much for being here, honey. You could be anywhere, but you're here. And I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Okay, so we are going to get started. We are going to be talking about the war and what everybody is saying about the war. Let's listen to Katie. Let's get it going. Let's get this going.
Troops have told watchdog groups that they were briefed by commanders who described the war as part of God's divine plan, with references to biblical prophecy. One commander allegedly told his troops that President Trump had been anointed by Jesus to light the signal fire in Iran to cause Armageddon and mark his return to Earth. Yeah. The Council on American Islamic Relations, a Muslim civil rights organization, recently released a statement saying that all Americans should be deeply disturbed by this holy war rhetoric being spread right now. The U.S. military, of course, is one of the most powerful institutions on earth, and it's governed, at least in theory, by the Constitution, civilian leadership, and centuries of rules that were designed to keep personal ideology out of decisions about war and peace. So hearing a geopolitical conflict described as a religious mission should make every American really uncomfortable. But according to recent reports, more than 200 service members have already raised concerns about this framing, saying it could violate the principles of religious freedom within the armed forces. Now, if this rhetoric really is being used inside our military, that deserves serious scrutiny from Congress, from the Pentagon, and from us, the American public.
I totally agree. I don't think that we should be using God in everything that we are trying to achieve militarily. I wonder if they were praying before they were taking on little kids with the Epstein Island, with the Epstein. Is this the Epstein War? Is that what this really is? I don't understand how people are trusting this government at all. And it's not just this government, it's the governments that have been in play for many years. And we are thousands of years later, still being controlled. Our minds are controlled in so many different ways. But with the religious indoctrination, it's severe, absolutely severe. And I'm going to continue to show you this. We got to grow up. We got to grow up. Humanity has got to grow up. And I would think that God is waiting on that. Fate. Right? If you believe in fate, let's look at this video because I think this is really important as well. All the ones that I have deemed important that I could find in a short period of time this morning because I've been wanting to talk about this. I was raised Christian in a Christian home, Christian family. I'm not any different than most people that I'm going to be talking to today. It's not any different. Mind control is real. And it takes a lot to separate from that mind control. A lot.
That's not true anymore. The fact is, the military has been absolutely hijacked, and they're not trying to win a war in the Middle East. What they're trying to do is activate a prophecy from the book of Revelations. This administration is actively trying to usher in the end of the world. It sounds hyperbolic, but I swear to God, it's true. The truth is, the separation between church and state hasn't just been breached, it's been absolutely abandoned. So we're no longer a nation with a military, we're just a rogue mega church with nuclear launch codes. And the truth is,
I agree. My thoughts are with these soldiers because most of them have no idea what they are really getting themselves into. They really don't. They have no idea. A lot of them are just young and they have families that are majorly concerned about them, and for good reason. But this is all a show. This is all a show. Do we really think that these people believe in a God? Do we really think that? This is a mind control. Mind control. As long as they have you controlled, dumbed down, and confused, they can conquer you. And they've been doing this for thousands and thousands of years. And it's not going to stop until we, the people, stop it. We are the only ones that have the control. It's just when we give that control up, that's when it's very dangerous on a society. And we've been doing this for thousands of years, giving up our mind.
The social contract's been absolutely violated in the United States of America. We have an active war going on, an undeclared war with Iran happening right now, and the working class is essentially going to be sent to be slaughtered while the wealth of America is being extracted, and it's all being done under the guise of a divine mandate. The Military Religious Freedom Foundation has already had over 200 complaints from over 50 bases since the war in Iran has started. Now, I remember my time in the Marines. Religion wasn't the biggest thing. I mean, everyone had their faith, and Christianity was a big thing, obviously, but it didn't leak into strategy. It didn't leak into the philosophy behind our combat movements. Our chaplain, essentially, was just a benign figure who'd hand out Jolly Ranchers and ask you if you're okay. One of the over 200 complaints alleged that a commander told non-commissioned officers in a March 2nd briefing that President Donald J. Trump was anointed by Jesus to light the signal fire in Iran to cause Armageddon and mark his return to Earth.
Seriously.
This is the language of zealots and the justification
Hey,
for
Shauna.
war on another people who carry a different faith for reasons that go beyond geopolitics. This is a dangerous thing, but this comes from the top down, and that's what the people around the world need to realize. This isn't just a
I like this guy. I like this guy. Large man abroad, the rapture economy, how Wall Street bought a holy war in Iran. And have you looked at the markets? This is such a it's such a cluster.
grassroots revival happening within the ranks of the military. No. There's a concerted effort by this administration, those surrounding the seat of power, to ingrain a theocratic philosophy to subvert the foundations of our democratic republic. Let's look at this performative action that's being broadcast to the world.
We are honored to come before your presence today, lifting up the arms of our president. We pray for your continued blessing and favor to rest upon him. We pray for wisdom from heaven to flood his heart, his mind, and Lord, you will guide him in these challenging times that we're facing today. I pray for your grace and your protection over him. Yes. I pray for your grace and protection over our troops and all of our men and women serving in our armed forces. And Father, we just pray you'll continue to give our president the strength that he needs.
I want you to look at the figure to the right there.
This is, I've never understood, okay? I've just never understood how war, we're going to pray before, how is war the killing of innocents? How is that justified by these holy people? I don't care what religion that they are with. How is this justified? Like, make it make sense. I just don't understand the juvenile behavior, the juvenile thinking. I don't understand it. You haven't seen the markets? Well, the market isn't doing all that great. It's not doing all that great. Not doing all that great. But check it out. So what large man abroad is about to show is Paula. Paula, let's take it back just a second because you want to see this. If you know anything about the Christian religion, then you know that this woman over here in red, blood red, that's Paula. That's Miss Paula. That's Miss Radical, crazy woman praying with Trump. And that's my opinion. I'm sticking to it.
Our president, the strength that he needs.
Now, I want you to look at the figure to the right there in the red, that woman. Her name's Paula White. She's actually the religious advisor to the President of the United States. And just so we actually have an idea of who we're dealing with here, let's look at Paula White.
When I walk on White House grounds, God walks on White House grounds. I had every right and authority to declare the White House as holy ground because I was standing there, and where I stand is holy.
To say
Well, okay.
no to President Trump would be saying no to God. And I won't do that.
So, to say no to President Trump would be saying no to God. What do y'all think about that? You're saying no to President Trump is like saying this is what the Christian religion spokespersons, these spokespeople for Christianity, for Jesus, for Jesus. I'm pretty sure that the story that I read is that Jesus. I mean, I'm pretty sure Jesus flipped the money tables, honey. Did he not? Didn't he flip the banker? This is an oligarch. We are ran by oligarchs, bankers. That's what the country is really ran by. You know that, right? Y'all know this, right? You know? Because if you don't know, now you know. It's just unbelievable. Jesus, help us, God.
We are in a spiritual war
No pun
right
intended.
now. Let every demonic network that has aligned itself against the purpose, against the calling of President Trump, let it be broken. Let it be torn down in the name of Jesus.
This kind of zealotry isn't something that should be anywhere near the highest office of the United States
Agree.
of America.
Agree.
America still has the most powerful military in the world. And this, like I said, bleeds down from the top. Now, this is evangelical Christianity. And for those who are on the outside of the United States, this may seem bizarre. And that's because to most Americans, this is bizarre. And though the polls show that Donald Trump's popularity and support is absolutely bleeding, you have to understand that there's about 25 to 30% of Americans who have unshakable faith in this leader right now. And this is the person who's driving the idea of divine inspiration, divine mandate into the brain of Trump.
And victory, 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 victory. For angels are being released right now. Angels are being dispatched right now. Hamanda ata ata raka teda baka sanda ata ambo osa kata rite eke banda ata rike.
What is she doing? I think we got it flipped. I think we've been duped. I think we got it flipped upside down. She is talking some kind of demonic bullshit. Okay. She is psycho. There's a psychosis here. Maybe not psycho, but she's definitely got a psychosis. Believe me, I've been around the speaking of tongues. I've been around it all. Okay. I've been around it. I've seen it. I've witnessed. I've been a witness for real of religious people.
Good gravy, Janice.
For angels have even dispatched from Africa right now. Africa right now. Africa right now. From Africa right now. They're coming here. They're coming here. In the name of Jesus. From South America. They're coming here. They're coming here. They're coming here. They're coming here. From Africa. From South America. Angelic forces. Angelic reinforcement. Angelic reinforcement. Angelic reinforcement.
My God.
There's no other way to put it than religious psychosis.
Yeah.
And the fact is that almost 100 million Americans right now have been gripped by religious psychosis here in the United States. And someone who's truly inspired, who believes with their entire heart that their actions are ordained by a higher power. Laws do not stop them because they think that they fall under the laws of God. And we've seen that in the words of Donald Trump, saying that no one can stop him in his actions, no international law, no international governing body, only his own morality. And when 100 million Americans see this man as being anointed by Jesus Christ, his actions carry divine purpose. There's a reason why we've seen a specific shift in our foreign policy, in our geopolitical movements. And that's simply because a con man has weaponized religion in the United States. And when this kind of zealotry bleeds into the armed forces.
Look, this has happened. This is thousands of years. This didn't just begin. Okay, this isn't just something that Trump began. They have been doing this. Mind control. This is the biggest mind control ever. Religion is a mind control. Spirituality is different. My mother and I just had this conversation. Spirituality, we definitely believe that spirituality is something that we are born with, of a gnosis. We just know. We know. But this indoctrination has gone on for thousands of years. Thousands of years, guys. And we are the only ones that can release the control of our mind and separate ourselves from that in which they try to control and use for their benefit.
It sets up disaster, especially if the goal is the apocalypse. The goal is the end of the world. When that's the goal, then alliances mean nothing. And we see that in his actions in Spain, saying that he's going to halt all trade to Spain because they refused America's use of their bases to conduct strikes in Iran. The sentiment of either you're with us or against us.
Right. And going into Iran is not, this isn't like going into Iraq. This is huge, huge, huge. And I just wonder if all the people that voted for Trump is thinking the same thing. Are they still thinking that he's trying to make America great? Are we making America great? Are we making the world great? What about the Epstein files? What about Epstein? Is this Epstein fury? Because that's what it seems like.
Isolates America in a way that America won't survive. Now, the only reason that the American people actually tolerate the state, as far as the philosopher Thomas Hobbes goes in Leviathan, is that the state is meant to protect the people from chaos, but the United States government has inverted that deal. The sovereign of our representative republic, right, the face, the head, isn't actively trying to defend the earthly realm at this point. He's trying to destroy it to fulfill a manufactured biblical prophecy. Like I said, details from reports are flooding in saying that troops are reporting that their commanders are telling them that the executive branch of our government has been anointed by Christ to cleanse the Middle East. They're not ordering the American citizens in uniform to fight, bleed, and die for our Constitution, for our country, but for a fabricated script designed to bring about the Armageddon. You know, those on the outside and people like myself We look at this and we understand exactly what it is. This is weaponizing religion in a way that it can skirt the wealthy and the powerful from any kind of accountability, as it always has. Because the reality is you can't vote against a holy decree. You can't audit a holy war. And that's exactly what Iran has become. Because this entire thing has been set up for profiteering, just like these conflicts always do. That's why you see the stock for Lockheed Martin. That's why you see the stock for Raytheon going up and up and up, and they'll continue to go up as the depletion of America's armory.
And look, this right here is absolutely accurate. And I'm going to show you the charts. Just bear with me. Just hang out because I'm going to show you the charts.
Worsens, and we give a blank check to the American military industrial complex. And then, of course, you bring in the tech oligarchs, and they're all seeing eye, trying to invade the personal lives of Americans and try to weed out any kind of dissent in the American discourse. I saw this on TikTok when the ownership basically traded hands and suppression immediately took effect. Now, if you made a living off of TikTok, your income was cut down almost by 90%. And anyone who was leaning left at all saw the reduction in their views go down about 90%. Even massive creators with millions of followers. And that's because TikTok had become so dangerous. It became the ultimate news source for the American people. It was unbiased, it was raw, and it was necessary. And they nerfed it, they neutered it. So the tech billionaires, the military industrial complex, while they're collecting dividend checks, while they're buying another mansion or building higher walls around their compounds, it's the American middle class that it's financially going to get bled out, as we're seeing gas prices already go up, in some places $6. And it's going to become worse because with the Strait of Hormuz essentially being choked off and no one insuring the ships going through, Scott Bessent actually went up there and said that America is going to start insuring these ships, essentially putting the taxpayer in the position where they have to pay hundreds of millions of dollars to foot the bill just for insuring these ships every day. As a Christian and as a Catholic, this amount of zealotry, this kind of zealotry cannot be negotiated with. And that's what people need to understand. They want the apocalypse. That's what they want. And they want to monetize the apocalypse.
Yeah, they want to monetize it. They want to monetize the apocalypse. That's what they're doing. They want to monetize Jesus. They want to monetize Abraham. They want to monetize all of these religions. They just want to monetize everything and feed us a bunch of bullshit. That's what it's all about. Here is Secular Talk, God's Plan. All the links that I'm showing today, it's going to be in the description. It'll be in the description below. You can watch them in their entirety if you want to.
All right, Jonathan Larson says this. U.S. troops were told Iran war is for Armageddon and the return of Jesus. A combat unit commander told non-commissioned officers at a briefing Monday that the Iran war is part of God's plan and that President Donald Trump was anointed by Jesus to light the signal fire in Iran to cause Armageddon and mark his return to Earth, according to a complaint by a non-commissioned officer. From Saturday morning through Monday night, more than 110 similar complaints about commanders in every branch of the military have been logged by the Military Religious Freedom Foundation. The complaints came from more than 40 different units spread across at least 30 military installations, the MRFF told me Monday night. The MRFF is keeping the complaints anonymous to prevent retribution by the Defense Department. The Pentagon did not immediately respond to my request for comment. One complainant identified themselves as a commissioned officer and NCO in a unit currently outside the Iran combat zone, but in ready support status, deployable at any time. The NCO said they were Christian and emailed the MRFF on behalf of 15 troops, including at least 11 Christians, 1 Muslim, and 1 Jew. The NCO wrote to the MRFF that their commander urged us to tell our troops that this was all part of God's divine plan, and he specifically referenced numerous citations out of the book of Revelation referring to Armageddon and the imminent return of Jesus Christ. So, ladies and gentlemen, the people that we're talking about here, they're not agnostics. They're not atheists. They're not secularists and humanists like me and a lot of you who watch this show. These are Christians, and they're going like, yeah, holy shit, these guys are psychopaths. Yeah. Wait, they think the Bible's like literally true. They think the rapture is actually going to happen. They think they're going to usher in end times and all this death and violence and destruction and gore is good because we'll all be in heaven soon. This is what they think. This is what they think. Oh my God, bro. They say Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has enshrined evangelical Christianity at the uppermost levels of the U.S. military, airing monthly prayer meetings throughout the Pentagon. Jesus Christ. How's that not violate separation of church and state? Last year, the Pentagon confirmed to me that Hegseth attends a weekly White House Bible study. It's led by a preacher who says God commands America to support Israel. Monday's email from the NCO said that their commander's remarks destroy morale and unit cohesion and are in violation of the oaths we swore to support the Constitution. MRFF president and founder Mikey Weinstein, a veteran of the Air Force and the Reagan White House, told me that since the U.S. and Israel attacked Iran early Saturday morning, the MRFF have been inundated with similar complaints. These calls have one damn thing in freaking common. Our MRFF clients, service members who seek MRFF aid, report the unrestricted euphoria of their commanders and command chains as to how this new biblically sanctioned war is clearly the undeniable sign of the expeditious approach of the fundamentalist Christian end times as vividly described in the New Testament book of Revelation. This is as they're murdering 180 girls in an elementary school in Iran where 7 to 12-year-old girls got killed, as they're carpet bombing innocent people in Tehran, bombing hospitals. This is the reaction. Many of their commanders are especially delighted with how graphic this battle will be, zeroing in on how bloody all of this must become in order to fulfill and be in 100% accordance with fundamentalist Christian end-of-the-world eschatology.
When I decided to sell my jewelry collection, I didn't want to deal with pawn shops or lowball offers from jewelers. That's why.
Guys, this is red alert. This is emergency. This is 5-alarm fire. Like breaking. Spread this shit far and wide. We are being run by a bunch of absolute psychopaths. And I think what people struggle to deal with, most people don't think like this. They live in the real world to one extent or another. And then when you're confronted with the fact that, no, there are people who actually think like this. And by the way, they run the motherfucking world and they're bringing us to war. That's got to be a wake-up call, dog. That has got to be a wake-up call. These people are unfit. They should be in straitjackets. They should be taking Thorazine. They should be nowhere near positions of power. They definitely shouldn't have fucking guns. And if your reaction to little girls being murdered from the sky with machines of death is euphoria, oh, no, hell no.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with God. This has nothing to do with God. And the fact that they are using this just shows how messed up we as a society, we have got to grow up. We got to grow up. It's almost like Santa Claus. And you have all of these millions, billions of people still believing in Santa Claus. The gray-haired man in the sky. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't believe in God. I'm definitely not saying that, guys. I'm not saying that you shouldn't have a belief in God. I think that we all should have some type of spirituality, something that we can strive for. But we don't need something that is outside of ourselves to accomplish that. We just don't. A weak mind does. A weak mind does need that. And that's where, it separates us. The weak-minded and the strong-minded. Just saying. Just saying. It's absolutely horrendous.
Your ass needs to be locked the fuck up. You got to be locked the fuck up, Ski. What are we talking about? Oh, my God. But ready for this? I had forgotten about this. But now, let's talk about it here. Pete Kegsbreth, the Secretary of War Crimes. He was referenced there because he also is an absolute fundamentalist. Well, listen to this. Pete Hegseth wrote a book literally called American Crusade, which is exactly what we're doing right now. The axis of Epstein, us and Israel, are doing that right now, calling for a modern-day holy war against Muslims.
This is the war. This is a holy war. But it's not that they believe this. It's what they are controlling our mind with. It's a show. It's a theater. It's all a theater. It's all bullshit. It's all lies. These are the same people that are okay with fondling kids. Same people. Same exact people.
wrote that Islam is not a religion of peace and it never has been. Was reported to have repeatedly chanted, "Kill all Muslims," while drunk at a veterans event in 2015. He has a tattoo of the Jerusalem cross on his chest, a symbol of the Crusades when European armies invaded the Middle East to conquer Jerusalem from Muslims. Has Deus Vult tattooed on his arm. God wills it. The battle cry of the First Crusade in 1095. Just got a new tattoo reading Kafir in Arabic, a deliberate provocation against 2 billion Muslims from the man commanding the most powerful military on earth. Are you awake yet?
Yeah.
Are you awake yet? Do you see what's going on here? Said in Jerusalem in 2018, there's no reason why the miracle of reestablishing the temple on the Temple Mount isn't possible. This is, again, part of the end times prophecy. A direct call for the destruction of the Al-Aqsa Mosque. His spiritual mentor, Doug Wilson, believes non-Christians should not hold positions of leadership. Has said the 19th Amendment giving the women the right to vote was a bad idea and believes homosexuals should be exiled or executed. Was banned from Biden's inauguration because he was flagged as an extremist by his own National Guard unit. Because of his tattoos, this man is not fighting extremism. He is the extremism. His entire worldview is a religious war against Islam. He says it. He writes it. He tattoos it on his body. And now he's commanding the largest military operation in the Middle East since Iraq. And by the way, he got into politics being a pro-war activist, pro-Iraq war activist. And as this guy points out, yet he talks about Islamic prophecy illusions. What about you? What about your fucking illusions and delusions?
Yeah, it's
He got
crazy.
into politics being a
It's
pro-war
crazy.
activist. And now here we are, and he's bringing us into our next colossal war. And this,
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. And, you know, this is when we think about all of these elitists, when we think about these elitists, we have to think what it is that they talk about behind closed doors, not what they prophesy, you know, about God and Jesus and the holy war and, you know, all this stuff. And no, this is what they do behind closed doors. They joke, they make fun of us because they have controlled our minds for so long. They have controlled our minds for so long. Look at this. Sorry, I'm having double vision here. It says you have it backwards. You were required to put a and on them to swear. Remember, no Bible. They were known as the little, therefore the diminutive icicles, witnesses, the quote, I mean, the parentheses, little testifiers before testicles. This was from Ghislaine to Jeffrey. Yeah. To take an oath, ancient Romans put a hand on their testicles. That's where the word testimony comes from. This is the rhetoric. This is how they talk amongst themselves, but not in the public eye, right? Because Epstein has a lot of, you know, followers. We are like the United States of Israel over here. Deepak, even Deepak, you know, he's not a Bible thumper. He's asking Jeffrey Epstein if he should send him some copies of his book. People can carry it in their purse. Many hotels keep this in their room rather than instead of the Bible. Robert Lawrence Kuhn. This is to Jeffrey Epstein. Radical Breakthroughs, Closer to the Truth, and that is out now. You can even find the PDF because he sent it, the PDF, to Jeffrey about his radical breakthroughs. Our pre-production Bible, 13 episodes, Closer to the Truth. This is about consciousness. Has nothing to do with religious rhetoric. It's about consciousness. They believe in fondling kids. joking. They've got tons of jokes in here about God and the Bible and Jesus and Muhammad and all of that. This is what they do behind closed doors. So the religious rhetoric that we're seeing is absolute bullshit. It is absolute bullshit. Here's one from Ghislaine. Do you have any interesting plans for the near future? I have Bible class on Wednesday, Talmud on Thursday, inner reflection on Friday, understanding Muslims on Saturday, weeding the next door pensioners garden on Sunday. And you, anything exciting? This is all throughout the Epstein files. Seriously, it's all throughout the Epstein files. And you can find the 336-page book that Mr. Lawrence wanted Epstein to help edit or do anything that he wanted. It's about physics, about consciousness, talking about the Bible. They laugh at us. They literally laugh at us because we are so controlled. Religion, pedophilia, religion, predators. This is where you're going to find the devil. Okay? This is where you're going to find the devil here. These people are jacked up. And they want us to be even more jacked up. Because it's all part of God's plan for us all to be just jacked up. And look, before I get to showing you the astrology of these, some of these banksters and how they connect to the market and what's going on right now with the religious rhetoric with Iran, I want to show you something. Professor Yang, I like his work. I like the way he thinks. I do. I think that he is a smart man. And he has told the higher ups for months and months why it's not good to go to war with Iran. But this is one that I want you to, it's just a short clip. Just a short clip. And then we're going to get to the astrology because this is what I'm talking about. This is the mind control. And how it's, when he breaks it down, it sounds pretty goofy that we still believe this rhetoric today. And let me just get something straight right off the get. I have had some major cool experiences. Okay. I have had some really mystical experiences, hence the name Astrology for Mystics. I've had some crazy cool experiences having to do with God. Can't even begin to tell you how crazy I would sound. But it has nothing to do with religion. My experiences have nothing to do with religion. It has to do with what is inside all of us. And they know this. They just play on us like crazy. This is the world of Saturn. This is the world of Saturnalia. I promise you. You got to do your own research. You can't just believe everything that you're told throughout your life and not ever question. That will not strengthen your mind. And we've got a mind over matter. And it matters in the state of matter that your mind is strong and not weak. Mike Huckabee said Genesis 15 said the land from the Nile and Egypt to the Euphrates belongs to Israel. I bet he did. Yeah, this guy is really good. I like the way he thinks. And I like his humor too. I like his humor. Here we go. Oh, let me turn it on.
Is kept within perspective. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, first thing I'm going to do is explain to you what most Christians believe about their religion, okay? This is called the Orthodox or the canonical. perspective. Okay, so this is what you're taught officially by the church. Christianity has many different factions, but they all believe in a certain interpretation of the Bible, okay? Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the apocryphal. Apocryphal just means hidden, okay? Or secret, or esoteric. Just the secret knowledge that is kept within these secret societies. All right, so the Orthodox Canonical comes from a reading of the Bible. And the Bible, at its core, is a story of the covenant between God and humans, okay? Covenant. Covenant means contract or understanding. So throughout the Bible, there are a series of covenants, okay? The first covenant is between Adam and God. So you may have heard of the story of the Garden of Eden, right? God creates the universe, then creates the Garden of Eden. He puts Adam and Eve. And God says to Adam and Eve, this is paradise. You don't have to work. Just enjoy life. The food is free. The food is plentiful. Every day you'll be happy and free of want. You will live forever. But there's only one thing that you must not do. And only one thing, okay? Whatever you do not eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Just don't do that and you'll be okay. So of course, what do Adam and Eve do? They eat the stupid fruit, okay? So then what God does is he banishes Adam and Eve from the Garden of Eden, and now they're forced to work to grow food to feed themselves, okay? And this leads to society, okay, development of society. God looks down from the heavens and sees that humans now are going to war. They are fighting their private property. And God says, I don't want this crap. This is not why I created humans, okay? So he's like, you know what, I'm going to destroy everyone and start over. But then he sees a human that he likes named Noah. And this leads to God saying to Noah, build a ship, build an ark, and save yourself because I will flood the universe. I will destroy the world. So God destroys the world and Noah lives. And then God says to Noah, you know what? That's kind of silly. I shouldn't have destroyed the universe. I promise never ever destroy the world again. Okay, that is his covenant with Noah. But God sees that humans are still wicked and evil. And he says, you know what? I need to find a man who is good. And I need him to grow a nation that can be the light of the world, that will be the best example of what it means to be a good person. So he finds a man named Abraham, and Abraham, of course, is the father of a nation called Israel. And so this is a third covenant.
I'm feeling more confident about the future.
Of course, Israel wasn't created then.
To Abraham, you and your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren are now loyal to me. I see you as the chosen people, and I give you the promised land. Okay, that's what Israel is, a promised land. Over time, what happens is that Abraham and his people, they go off to Egypt. And in Egypt, they become slaves to the Pharaoh of Egypt. And then God is like, you know what? I should check up on the Israelites and see how they're doing. He looks down and he says, oops, they're now slaves to the Pharaoh. So I need now to fix this, okay? So he appoints a man named Moses to free the Israelites from Egypt and take them back to the promised land. When Moses does this, God says, now what you must do is give the Israelites my law, the 10 Commandments, okay? The law. Because otherwise, I can't trust you guys to behave, okay? So now this is the fourth covenant. So now the Israelites are back in the promised land, but again, and even though there's laws, they still become wicked and they start to worship false gods. So God punishes them, and God is now looking for a good leader of the Israelites. And then finally he finds a person named David. who becomes the king of the Israelites. And God says to David, you are the person I've been looking for all of eternity. You are the best example of what it means to be a faithful follower of me, Yahweh. Okay? And so this is something called the Davidic.
Hey, Sandy. I don't know where you're coming in at on the live, how you're, what the weird moment is, but hello.
Covenant. The Davidic covenant states that God will always favor Israel as the chosen nation, and the house of David will rule Israel forever. Okay? So guys, quick question here. Who wrote the Bible? Probably this guy, okay? Right? If you have to guess who wrote the Bible, probably not Moses, probably not Abraham, probably not Noah, probably not Adam, probably this guy, okay? Because he's saying that all of these five, okay, I am the best. I'm the person that God loves the most. My family will rule the world because that is God's will. Okay? Now, of course, that's not what happens. Eventually, David has a son named.
Oh, I'm going to get to I won't be mapping the war, but I will be getting to the astrology. But first, we've got to understand what this holy war is all about, because that's what this video, this live is about the quote unquote holy war that we're in, that we've been in really for thousands of years, but now it's focused on Iran.
Named Solomon, and these two are considered the two best rulers of Israel. And this is what we call the Davidic kingdom, okay? The Davidic kingdom, the golden age of Israel. But after Solomon, the Israelites turned wicked again, and then God has to punish them and scattered Israel across the world, okay? And so the last covenant is the arrival of Jesus.
So when he says he had to scatter Israel around the world, is Israel around the world? Is Israel the nation that Netanyahu is ruling? And what is all of this really? What is all of this really? We really need to start asking better questions. I mean, I've read the Bible front to back, front to back, front to back.
What Jesus does is that, first of all, he reasserts the law of Moses and say to the Israelite people, remember Moses and his law, because that's what God wants. And then he sacrifices himself in order to free the Israelites of the original sin, right? Because God's pissed off at people because people ate the fruit. That's the original sin. That's the first crime of disobedience against God. So by killing himself, Jesus frees humanity of the original sin. He redeems humanity. Okay? Now, the last thing that Jesus does is he creates a new covenant, okay? A new covenant between humanity and God. From now on, because Jesus has freed everyone from the original sin, everyone can now be with God. You don't have to be Israelite. You don't have to follow the Mosaic law. You don't even have to come from the family of David. Anyone and everyone can now love God, and God will love that person back, okay? And this, of course, starts Christianity. All right, so this, guys, is called Judaism, what the Jews believe. Okay? And this is, all six is what Christians believe, Christianity. All right, the first five covenants are what Jews believe to be true. But they do believe that eventually someone will return to restore the kingdom of David, okay? But not Jesus. Not Jesus. The Christians believe that Jesus is the final prophet. Okay? In fact, Jesus is God himself. That's why it's called Christianity. Because they believe in Jesus Christ. So this is the entire history of Judaism and Christianity. What they believe, officially. Any questions before I move on? Okay. So now, as you can understand, if you are a true Christian or you're a true Jew, there are actually lots of issues with this understanding. Okay? The first issue is, why did God have to kick us out of the Garden of Eden? I mean, was eating a fruit so bad as to banish us from paradise? Like, what was wrong with eating that fruit? Okay, that's a great mystery in the religion.
And for me, the Adam story is the garden is the consciousness. All of it to me is just explaining the consciousness of man.
Why did the original sin happen? And why was God so angry? Second problem is Noah. I mean, like, God destroyed the world because we were wicked. But after he destroyed the world, we were still wicked. So why did God have to destroy the world in the first place? If he's God, then should he understand how humans are? Wouldn't he understand that destroying the world would just, I mean, it doesn't really do anything, okay?
Exactly. I mean, it's just a little bit silly for me. It really is. So let's get into the esoteric, because I think some people are confused about the esoteric side of the Bible. So let's get into that.
World. The reason why God destroyed the world is not because of humans, but because of something else. These people are called the Nephilim.
This is a giant.
Also, by the way, if you guys are interested in learning more, there are 2 books that are not part of the Bible, but which will give you insight into the esoteric knowledge, okay? The first is called the Book of Enoch. Book of Enoch. The second is called the Gospel of Thomas.
And I do want you to know, when we've been looking at these maps, when we look at the maps, we do see a lot of the Bible named as streets, like Enoch. Our Space Force in Colorado Springs is on Enoch Road. Enoch Road.
All right, so I am using these 2 books as sources for my explanation, okay? So the Nephilim are children of angels and women, okay? So what happened was that the angels who were supposed to watch humanity came down and saw.
And this is in the Bible. This is in the Bible. And this is something that I just, yeah, I mean, I get that it's, Old Testament versus New Testament, but still, people live their life based on this. It blows my mind.
Oh, wow, these humans, these females are really beautiful. So what do? Well, they have sex with them, right? And then what happens? They have lots and lots of children. And what do these children do? These children enslave humanity. These people are called Nephilim, okay? So if you want to understand what happened, let's do a thought experiment. Let's just say that there's this group of superhumans called the Avengers. Spider-Man, Iron Man, Captain America, Thor, okay? And they fight Thanos and they save the world. And now what do? Well, they're bored, so they start to have lots and lots of sex. They have lots and lots of children. And these children now are like demigods, right? So what do? Well, they enslave humanity. But then what do? Well, they start fighting amongst themselves. Okay? Right. So that's basically what happened. So God had to destroy the Nephilim because they are not natural. Angels and humans are not supposed to have sex with each other. And this creates a new power called the Nephilim. The problem, though, is the Nephilim are divine, and therefore they cannot be killed. So you can get rid of their mortal bodies, but now they become demons who live underground and are in the shadows. And guess what, guys? They're still here today. So these 2 societies, they believe the Nephilim are real, and they still control the world. The richest people in the world are actually Nephilim, okay? Because they've been around for thousands of years, and therefore they're able to control the development of humanity. Okay, so they're called the Nephilim. So that's easy to understand. But now the question then is, wait a minute, why did Adam eat that fruit, and why did Jesus have to kill himself? Well, now it gets really complicated, okay? So now I need to explain to you what the secret societies believe, okay? Remember, they believe that mind leads to matter. What does that mean? Okay, let me explain what this means. Mind leads to matter. In the beginning, the true God is called the monad.
The monad.
Okay, the one. So just think of this as the core of the universe, the sun,
Yes.
the divine sun. The monad is so powerful that when he breathes, okay, he vibrates divine energy. And over millions of years, this divine
The monad. This is going back to Pythagoras. The monad. The ineffable one. The first breath is the monad.
energy creates new life forms. Okay? So the first life form are called the dyads. Dyads are just pairs, okay? Usually male, female, that are children of the monad. And they're able by themselves to create new universes as well, okay? So the dyads start to emanate, okay? So the entire universe is.
So all of this is going to be emanating, and it's going to set off this vibration. Again, this is Pythagorean. And each one, this is atoms, atoms, all out of atoms. So Adam in the garden would be the atom of space and time.
It's vibration. It's vibrational energy. It's the breathing of these cosmic beings. Okay? And over time, over millions of years, these vibrations become atoms, which then leads to matter. Okay? That's what they mean by mind leads to matter. Now, one of these dyads, named Sophia, decides, you know what? I can be just as good as the monad. What does the monad do? The monad is able to propagate by itself, by himself. He doesn't need to mate. So Sophia says, you know what? I'm going to produce something by myself. I'm going to have a child by myself to prove I am the monad, okay? So she does this, and she creates a new being, okay? A new being. This is called the demiurge. There are different names. We'll call them the demiurge. The demiurge is a monster, a monstrosity, because it goes against the natural order. So then Sophia is like, oops, I shouldn't have done that. So what does she do? She abandons the monstrosity. She throws him away and hides him in a sea of clouds. So no one knows he actually exists. Okay? Even the demiurge doesn't know he exists.
Y'all can listen to the rest of that if you want, but I'm only playing this because I want you guys to think of it in a way that it just, this is a holy war, you know? The story itself is just juvenile. It's just so juvenile. And for thousands of years, people have fought wars. They fight each other. They get into arguments about who has the best God, who is the real God, who Jesus really is, who he's really not, what's really, I mean, it's just war upon war upon war. And it's with the mind. It's with the mind. They have taken control over your mind. You don't have a sovereign, strong mind. You got a weak mind. And I'm not saying that if you believe in religion and you go to church, that you have a weak mind, but I kind of am. I kind of am. I think it's just about time that we just start being honest with each other and start being honest with ourselves. That's what I think, especially in times like this, because it's absolutely ridiculous. That story, oops, God making so many mistakes with human beings, and we are just so bad. We had to have a savior, and we are still waiting on a savior. We can't save ourselves. We're waiting on someone to come and save us. People are literally thinking that there is a rapture, that there is Armageddon, that this is a great thing. It's to kill thousands of people. And it's for the greater good of God, because we are chosen. No, it's the Christians aren't chosen. It's the Israelites that are chosen. make it make sense, because it's just never made sense since I was a little girl, and it still doesn't make sense as an adult. It just makes no sense. So, with that being said, I'm going to start with the astrology now, because I think that I've pretty much shown what I could show to make it worthwhile to think about, because this is absolutely ridiculous. All right, so I'm going to begin showing the astrology with the markets. Let me start with Larry Fink. Let's start with Larry Fink, because actually we're going to start with the transits right now. And then I want to start with Larry Fink, because that's where, we got to get into some of these bankers, get into some of these bankers' charts. Okay. So the first thing that I want to do is I just want to go over, and there is a divine justice with the Christ chart. There's the 1706. So I am right on schedule here. We are rising with Leo, all kinds of attention. We are descending with Aquarius. So we are descending with relationships, with astrology, with groups, with technology. This is a techno war, technical. It's all technology. Yeah, without understanding the Bible as astrological, we were only taught it as a story. Exactly. It's a story of the heavens, of consciousness. That's what the story is really all about. And those who authored it know exactly. Those who are in our intelligence, they know exactly. It's a play on our mind. It's really a play. It's a theatrical play. And we are the puppets. We are just another brick in the wall to them. The moon is now in Sag. And as you remember yesterday, I was talking about this moon and how the moon is coming closer and closer to the dark moon. The dark moon is going to be coming at an 8:55. 8:55 in Sagittarius. The moon is going to be at that 8:55. Remember that? Remember me showing you that yesterday? Right now, there is a major opposition with Virginia. Major opposition with Virginia. We've got a lot of pain here, things that we are learning with Saudi Arabia and also with Larry Fink. And we're going to get to it and momentarily. Going to see what that looks like in his chart too. Mr. Banker. So when we look back at what we were talking about yesterday, and that dark moon coming to conjunct, see when it's going to do that again. The early morning hours, I don't remember. Nope, when was it? You take it to that exact moment again, because I don't have it saved. Here we go. Here it is. They're going to conjunct in the middle of the night. So we don't have that long to see how this is going to manifest itself. I'm going to show you exactly who, besides the United States, that it's going to affect. This is in the middle of the night. This is 3:33. This is the witchy hour, or the psychic hour, the God hour, if you will. All right. Let's get this show right on here. Let's look at Mr. BlackRock. Let's look at BlackRock right now. Larry Fink, Mr. Rich Guy, Larry Fink, and the transits right now. When I say that Chiron is over, well, it's also over the state of Tennessee as well. Things that we are learning, there's things that are happening in Tennessee, this 24/28. It's also not just Tennessee, but it's also Saudi Arabia. And this 24/28 is where Larry Fink receives information. He is receiving information And all the information that he is receiving is causing him pain. The communications from the past, the things happening with his everyday job, with the war, with immigration, with other countries. This is where he's sharing pain. And why is that? Well, because something's going on with BlackRock. Something's going on with the markets. He's not really doing all that great with it. And when Chiron was coming over him before it got to that 24, 28, it was right here. He was letting go. He was letting go. He was moving money, moving it because of the war. He's moving stuff around. He had a disordered aggression about everything that was happening first. I mean, he did this, he moving it around. Then he had some disordered aggression about the money, all the assets, the moving around. Now he's getting more information in. And the information that he's getting in right now is affecting him. It's affecting him. If I could talk to him right now, we would be talking about it. Mars right now, Mars is conjunct the North Node. That's a big deal. It's a big deal with war, especially in the sea. In the sea. This is all the sea. This is maritime. This 544 is right here. And as Mars makes its way, oh, Larry, Mr. BlackRock, he's going to learn something. And whatever he's going to learn, it's going to piss him off. It's not going to be good. And it looks like it's going to have to do with the technology, crypto, possibly the crypto. Let's look at the market real quick. NASDAQ, big comeback, oil plummets, closes wild session up 200 points, reserves low. Amazon edges higher. Let's look at and BlackRock. I don't know. I don't know why he's having so much whatever information that he is receiving is not good. BlackRock stocks drop. Stock tanked 7% after curbing withdrawals from flagship fund. BlackRock today. Let's see. This is 2 hours ago. Hey, Levives. Is facing mixed signals as it restricts withdrawals from its $26 billion fund amidst inflation concerns and private credit issues. Let's see when that was. Okay, that was 14 minutes ago. Facing mixed signals as it restricts withdrawals from $26 billion fund amidst inflation concerns and private credit issues. However, it continues to show growth potential with increased dividends and positive earnings forecast for 2026. I don't follow the markets enough to know. Okay. So whatever it is, it's still not good for him. Let's see what else do I find here. Okay, that's what Saturn has lifted. Saturn is still going to make its way. So he's not out of the woods at all. He's not out of the woods. Okay, let's look at this. I want to show you something. I want to show you Iran and Larry Fink. because this is very interesting. It's very interesting what the connections that they have. There it is. Iran has a 1441 in Sagittarius. That's Selena. Selena. She teaches a little something, something. She also learns. She's a teacher and a student. Well, that 1441 is right here in Larry Fink's fifth house of kids and how he creates. How does he create with that Venus? Venus is money. Venus is assets. Venus, money. Larry Fink, money, assets, debt. This is about loans. This is about loans, debt. And this is his connection with Iran. It's all about money and debt. Okay. I can't make it up. I mean, this is the way it is. Those are his connections. The 855 with the United States that is coming into transit, it's not just going to affect the United States. So we go back and we look. Could be the Philippines. Let me go ahead and save this because they're all in transit, obviously. And I've pulled up all kinds of all the ships, the submarines that I can think of that I could find in the sea. Hey, April. Here's our 855. It's Uranus. It's in the sixth house of groups. It's our everyday. This is the everyday. 855 Uranus in Gemini. It's about communications. It's the tech. Crypto. Could also be UFOs. Anything having to do with innovation with our tech. All right. So what's going to happen is the moon and the dark moon are right here in the 12th house. They're sitting here tonight. Well, overnight. They're going to be sitting here. And what's going to happen is the moon and the dark moon are going to oppose groups with the United States. There is a divine justice here with Vladimir, with Russia, with groups. This is not going to be, we're going to be waking up in the morning and we're going to learn what it is that actually happened overnight. We're going to learn. I can pull up all of the ships and I can take a look at them. And I'm more than likely going to do that at some point in time. So what's going to happen is the justice right here, she is still sitting in the second house with money and assets and our values of the United States. Once she makes it to this 24 degree, that's when she's going to come here into the third house of communications. She's not there yet. She's still right here with our values, the values of responsibility and accountability, money within the government. But this right here, Tesla, Nikola Tesla, he has that 1717 where you thought, well, he's dead. Yeah, he is, but not his technological advances that they stole from him. John G. Trump. Remember that guy? Let me see. Jupiter is going to be stationing, and I've still yet to find anything having to do with that Jupiter besides, I just haven't. I found a 1506, 1501, but not a 1505. So the 1505 is going to station there, and then it's going to move forward because Jupiter has been in retrograde. So it's going to station and it's going to go to direct. It's going to go direct. It's not going to be going back into the past. Jupiter is going to be expanding Chronos. It's all about timing. Jupiter is also in between Chronos and Hades, and there's a huge weight that Jupiter is going to expand, and it's really about international law. It's about the international law. That's what it's really all about, okay? Jupiter right now with this war is definitely about the international law because Jupiter is the law. And being Jupiter in the ninth house, it also rules other countries, international. This is going to bring in the international bank. I've already pulled that up. I've looked at it all this morning. Like crazy woman looking at the stuff. So we can see that Venus during this period of time. So we want to look at this, okay? So we want to look at the moon and the dark moon, and we want to see how it's aspecting. So let me pull this up. Pull this up. I don't know if you guys are going to be able to read it or not. I'm going to read it for you. Oh, shit. Hold on. So it's going to be squaring Mercury. So the moon is going to be squaring Mercury right here. Okay. Mercury is a 1356. Our ships, some of our ships are in this degree, in this 1350s degree. Okay. We're going to be going over this one by one. So it's not in good standing with the values. This is also the media. But again, all of this Piscean energy is with the sea. It's with the sea. It's trining Venus. So it's squaring Mercury, but it's in a good standing with this 454 Venus. 454 Venus is squaring Mars. Mars at a 608. Squaring Mars and Pisces. It's going to be in a good standing with Saturn. Oh, Lordy. It's in a good standing with Saturn. There's the Secret Service. Wait till I pull this up, guys. Wait till I pull this up. That's Secret Service. Pretty sure, if I remember correctly, that's the Secret Service. We'll have to look and see. It's squaring the nodes of fate. So anyone that would have an 832 and 831, it's not going to be working out for them. The fate isn't going to be working out with them with friendships. Lots of attention on their health. Not going to be good. Right here. Man, this is not good. Because there's a square, there's a major challenge with the fate and the life path of whoever it is that this is going to be affecting. There's a quincunx with the part of fortune. This would be the FBI. I can see it as plain as day. There's an opposing force to Admetos. Admetos, there's a breakup with someone at a 415. There's going to be a breakup with communications, the values, the assets. This could be another oil issue. This could definitely be oil. Or, I'm going to have to pull up the Leviathan. That's what I need to pull up. Hold on. So it's also conjunct the dark moon. Shit. Hold on. Conjunct the dark moon, squaring trans Pluto. There's a major challenge with this 418. Okay, so let's go ahead and start jumping from chart to chart and seeing. Let me pull up. Let me see if I've got the Leviathan. Let me see if I've got the Leviathan chart, because I wrote about the Leviathan years ago. Let's look at this, because this is an important time period. It may not be as drastic as it looks to me, but I don't know. I don't know. But I do want to look at this Leviathan real quick. I don't have a time that it really began, so it's a default of midnight. So 1410, 344. Well, this is definitely going to Trump and Israel. 344 is. This is definitely going to the United States. Leviathan. Ooh. Okay, so the 1614 is also with the Leviathan. I need to remember that because this is an opposition with Trump. This would be opposing Trump. The 1614. Let's see. Major opposition with Trump. Okay, so they shine. The Leviathan, it's it's possible that it's going to shine at a 15. I mean at a 854. I doubt it. But we'll watch this. I'm going to watch. Okay, so it's got an 845. No. Let me look at the news real quick. Let me look at the news and see if they're worried about the Leviathan. Two large gas fields off the northern coast from a critical pillar of Israel's energy security and economic stability. Chevron Corporation to suspend production at Leviathan gas field offshore. Okay, so they have had the dark moon coming against them. Chevron Corporation, Chevron. That has just come out today within the last 2 hours. Interesting. Last 2 hours. Look at that. Jaywood Mimi, are you still in here? So it was reported on March 7th that the Chevron Corporation has declared force majeure at the Leviathan gas field offshore Israel after the country's government ordered the temporary suspension of production. The decision has been taken on security grounds following the outbreak of That's what I'm saying, because this right here is big. Big. Leviathan is the largest gas field, supplies Egypt and Jordan. Okay. Supplying Egypt and Jordan. Let me pull up Egypt. We're going to start looking and bouncing from chart to chart and seeing who all has this 855 that is connected with the United States. I mean, why wouldn't we? I appreciate you, Janet. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that you're keeping up with the basics. Hate you, 640, 6428. If you're still in here, what's up? Good to see you guys. Thank you for being here. Please like the video. Just like it. It's free. to hit that thumbs up. I appreciate you. Okay. Let me look at this. Wow. Wow, wow, and more wow. Hmm. Let me just look at the chart real quick. Okay, so BlackRock also connects to Egypt. I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do. Okay. All right. I'm not seeing anything here, not until maybe the 13th. The 13th of March. I'm definitely seeing a relationship here with Egypt. Okay, so I'm not really 24, 25. Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything here just yet, but maybe in a few days. By the 13th, maybe the 14th, Egypt is going to, well, let's see. Yeah. Okay. All right. Moving right along. Save this. Lockheed Martin. Let's see. Philippines. Let's go into India. I'm going to start looking at some of these ships. Because our ships are really looking, hold on. $402. Let me go back. Let's look at these ships with this. It's this one right here that's looking shady. This is this is actually a, oh, what do you call them? Let me see if I've got it again. Uh, okay. This is how we can remember which ones they are. Nope, that's not the one. Nope. Nope. Oh, sorry. It's not listing it. What did I put in earlier? Let's see. US. Well, I don't remember. I'm not going to waste time on that. I think this one is called a destroyer. This one is called a destroyer. Larry Fink does connect to this one. So Larry Fink is definitely connecting to this one. Pretty sure this 929 is connecting to Russia. So I'm going to look at this one for a minute. Because as you can see, this 402 with Vulcanus, this 402 with Vulcanus is coming down in degree and is going to affect the health. So I've got to watch for that 955, 401. anything that is 254, 251. This one is looking a little shady for me. This one. Dark moon. Well, let me move on. Let me move on. Let's look at this one. This is the Bulkily. This is also a destroyer. Most of these were commissioned. So if you're wondering how I got the chart for it, I got the chart for when they were commissioned. So these charts are based on the ceremonies of the commission. And as you can see, this one, there is a reigniting of a flame of life with their Mars. With the Mars. So we're going to be watching, we need to be watching this one. Definitely need to be watching this one. Because they've been here before in the 11th house of groups, and it's critical with groups. It's critical with warring, with international waters. All right, so we're going to be definitely watching this one. Most definitely. I mean, their values with war it's just, it just doesn't look like a good chart for them. Let me look at the other. It's going to be a lot. Let's see. They've got a Pluto that's a 1509. That's not good because the dark moon is definitely going to be coming there. So we're going to be watching some of these ships for real. Mm. 2910. We got a 2910 in Leo. So we got a 2910. So it's already affected a relationship here on the ship. $29.32. It's Chronos. $25. Okay. Let's go back. $29.38. Where did I just see that? Where did I just see that? Okay. March 10th. Just making sure that our ships are going to be all right. This one's a 1356. That's not good. So we do have this one. It's got a 1356 with the 10th house. Let me see if there's anything else showing up here. Oh my gosh, they got a Saturn that's a 631. Well, Mars is actually making its way. Mars is already there. Mars is already making its way there. 1534. They've got intense experience with 1534. Let me make sure that this is the correct time that that one was commissioned. Huh. Let me just keep looking. Hold on a second. 24. Where's Uranus? Uranus is at a 2758. So we had 2758. 24. 24. Look at that. The relationship that is hidden. 24. Okay. So we're definitely seeing action here with this one. The USS Mixture. Let me see. So this is a destroyer. Yeah, you're right, Dinah. That's your story, honey. Okay, so missioned on December 10th, 1994. December 10th, 1994. I'm going to give us some leeway. I'm going to give us some leeway here. Most of them are commissioned at 10 or 11 a.m. Most of them are commissioned at 11 a.m. Most all the ones that I have are commissioned at 11 a.m. with the timestamp of 11. So we're going to give ourselves some leeway. But if this one was commissioned around 11 a.m., like most of them, then this one could be a problem. This one could be a problem. So we're going to keep an eye on this one. That is for sure at this time. At this time. Let me look at Iran during this period of time. I already know. Hold on. Got to look at the Secret Service. Because I keep seeing them. I think. No, it's not them. Shit. Who is it? Who is it? Is it the CIA? It's the CIA. Well, shit. Let's go back. It's the CIA. So this Chiron that they have, that the CIA has, it's a 251. Okay. So this 251 is Saturn. So Saturn is going to be giving them some limits and obstacles. As soon as the 1717 moves off of Vladimir, it's going to come to this 1718. That will also be connecting to Kentucky at the time. Kentucky. At this time, Kentucky. in the middle of the night. Yeah, there's something going on with the CIA overnight with the relationship, guys. Yep. Yep. There's wisdom here with the CIA and a relationship, and it's with another country. It's in the third house, so it's definitely with the communications. With communications. So we're going to see whatever is going to be happening. Just know that it's going to be happening with the CIA. I don't care what they say. Just remember this. It's going to be with the CIA. The intelligence. The intelligence. Not good. Mm. There's something up here. What we're going to learn or what's going to be taught is going to be from the CIA. No doubt about it. And it's going to hit their nodes, values. This is oil. This is oil. It seems like oil. A tanker. Oh, the ship, maybe. Okay, so let's go back. So we know that the CIA is going to be involved. Huh. I'm going to start dueling because I want to look for, hold on. Look at Lebanon. Yeah. Larry Fink, Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia will definitely be involved. Let me look at Turkey. Okay, it's definitely okay. No. Yeah, this could definitely be Turkey. Let's look at this. Something having to do with Turkey. Turkey is definitely in transit all day today. All day with the 418 in Virgo. So the 418 in Virgo. It's with groups. Things that are hidden with groups. Things that are hidden with groups with the governments. The authority. Let's see what else we got here. 23. So yeah, information that is coming in. 25. Okay, so this will be within Turkey. Something having to do with Turkey for sure. So Turkey, CIA. Turkey, CIA. NATO. Turkey says NATO defenses shot down a second Iranian missile. NATO. Freaking NATO, man. Let's go ahead and add NATO here. Add NATO. I've not looked at NATO, so we definitely need to look at this around this time. Jesus. Okay. Ah. Oh, wow. Well, I tell you what, the general, the general that was taken, it was definitely because of NATO. Okay, so he's definitely the general that's missing. He's definitely connected to NATO. This is a NATO, yeah. So Pluto is actually opposing NATO with groups. There's a major opposition. They are, of course, taking the challenge of the opposition. Their Saturn, NATO Saturn is, I mean, it's Donald Trump every day. So whatever this is going to, there's going to be a major transformation. It's going to be with Turkey and having to do with things of the past with Turkey, with NATO. Oh yeah. Mhm. Yep, because the dark moon is going to be right here first, guys. Look at that. In the third house of communications, right there. Boom, bam. So the dark moon is going to come here first overnight. It's going to come here first. Whatever this is with CIA and NATO, it looks like it may have to do with Turkey. Wow, unbelievable. 2844. Yep, they have a 7, 8, 17, 18 as well with the CIA. So we can see that the CIA is definitely connected to NATO. So, Lord, Pluto is actually right here with NATO. So this is going to be interesting to see. It's going to be interesting to see how this is going to work itself out with NATO and Turkey tonight, overnight. No doubt about it. Okay. So moving on along. Hold on. Hmm. Interesting. Okay. So what about France? Let's look at France with this. Let's look at France with this too, because this is going to be something that's we're going to be hearing about. This is going to be intense, intense energy. Okay. So we've got France in on this mix. So we'll see NATO first. Then the United States is going to have an opposition with groups, and those groups is going to involve France. So let's look at this. March 10th. Uh-huh. There it is. France has got the 855 as well that connects to the United States of America with our health, with our everyday. And France is going to come. France is definitely going to be using our forces, our secret intelligence forces. No doubt. So the weight is going to be on two. There's two. There's two. Is the two United States and Israel? What is the two? We don't know yet. But the weight is definitely here, and it's going to be very intense for France. They are way down, and so they are bringing in. It would appear they're going to be bringing in their own. Oh yeah, there's the 1534. Kronos is the 1534. What is going on? Let's look at France in the news. 28, 28, 28, 28. This is Arizona, and that's also that's Iran. It's definitely Iran. Yeah. And they're going to be opposed with the things that they do that is hidden. They're going to be opposed by the things that they do that is hidden. That's already happening. That's going to be happening in a big way tonight, overnight. This is big. France is sending a large naval force to the Middle East. There it is. There it is. France preparing international mission to reopen the strait. France to deploy almost dozen warships. It says dozen warships, and then this one says 2 warships. 2. There's the 2. 2 warships. Damn. There's the 2. So Cyprus and Greece. This is not good. Let's look at this. Hmm. Hey. So by this time at 3:30 in the morning, Mars will have already come here. Meaning the warships will be there. 256. Gonna get a wake-up call. Greece is gonna get a wake-up call. This is about to be really, really bad, I think. I mean, it's already bad, but this is about to be really, really bad. If it does not end, it's not going to end well for our men and women of service that are risking their lives for this religious rhetoric. Let me look at Cyprus. This is going to be one that's yep, this is not good, guys. Look. Look, this is going to be so they are connected. Cyprus is heavily connected to Trump and the United States. Heavily connected, and this is going to bring about I need to write this down. This one is going to bring about eventually we're going to have a major opposition here. This is going to be major. So Cyprus has a 25-24. Okay. So they have Mars at the 855 in Gemini. Okay. So this means that Cyprus and the United States are connected through, and this is going to be, guys, I'm feeling this is a electromagnetic. I don't even know what they're called. I mean, I don't even know. This is a different type of warfare. This is a different type of warfare. So they got major problems. So they war with us with what we're bringing there. Huh. Things are being shaken up with the way that they bring in money through the sea. The sea. With the war. Major issues with the FBI, with Cyprus. Major issues. Major war with the FBI. The dark moon is going to oppose them. Let's go back up. Let's look at the other ships that we've got there, and I could try to find the ships that France is sending. Let's look at these other ones. Yeah, we do have March 10th. Yeah, you got March 10th. Yeah, it does make it's definitely concerning, Jill. It's definitely concerning. Definitely. Okay, so this one is going to be shaken up. This ship will be shaken up as well. So we've got some ships that are going to be heavily. God dang, man. And I say that because their dark moon is a 2758, and that is exactly where Uranus is going to be shaking things up with their disordered aggression when it comes to the values. Mm. And of course, the dark moon is coming to their health. From an 855, it's going to make its way to that 907. God dang. And then eventually this Cupid is going to come and expand with groups. That's what's coming. It's the ships. Our warships have, but they're saying that the warships from France. Okay, let me see. It's going to shake this one up. Okay. Okay, so they're planning to send 10 additional. It was 2 hours ago. Turkey has sent F-16s to Cyprus. So basically, this was 9 hours ago. France will send 2 warships. And then 3 hours ago to send more. Oh. Is it 2, 8? Is it 10? How many? I mean, what? We got the news all over the place. So we know that they're sending them there. Joining other aircraft carriers. This is, I mean, just insane. It's insane, man. Because we're definitely seeing them in transit, right? Definitely seeing France in transit and the disordered aggression, the darkness that is coming over them. And it's so sad because look, the USS Roosevelt. There's a weight on them tonight, overnight. USS Roosevelt. My gosh. Also with the CIA. Also with the CIA. They've got a weight. I mean, they're gonna definitely have a weight on them as well. That 1359 is weighted. It's weighted. They are weighted down. Mm. That's right. This one right here is hmm, not good. Hmm. Remember, this is the Roosevelt was the one that is connected to Tesla. It's connected to this uh and Mars is on its way. I mean, it may get there before it retrogrades. I don't know, but Mars is here in their fourth house and it's already opposing their public image. 832, I haven't even been looking for that one. Damn, who's holding the fate? Who is the fate holder? I'm looking. It's probably damn King Charles. We're gonna have to look at him. Let's look at him. Hold on, let me look at these other submarines. Because I've added these are nuke submarines, okay? These are the nuke ones. And they don't give a time for their commission, so it's just been set to a default of I already had the 10th. That's right. We're gonna go with this one. Side. Whatever it is that this submarine's gonna learn, it's gonna pain them. This looks fierce as hell. Let's go to the other sub. Other submarine, the Georgia submarine. Georgia. Let's look at this one. This one definitely has limits and obstacles with Trump and the United States. There's Trump. Here's the United States. This is also this Saturn is also definitely connected to Virginia. Virginia, with its health and with the government, the relationships. And the dirty stuff, that dirty stuff that they do. Let's see. There will definitely be a weight on them in the next couple of days. The next few days, there will be a weight on them with the relationship. So we'll have to see how this is going to work out. Where's King Charles? Where's his ass? We can also see with this dark moon, it's not just going to be about the war. We could also see things that are going to be going on in space. Like, I don't know. I can't say it would be like a space war, but there's definitely some things that I would be looking at with space with this time as well. Definitely. Just look at this with him. We know that we know that there's a couple of ships that we're watching for sure. Well, he will definitely, we've talked about this. We'll definitely see the South Node coming to the values with him. Definitely. And within, I would say 6 days, he's going to have to be watching out for somebody. He will definitely have to be watching. King Charles is definitely connected to our monetary system. Our monetary, no doubt about it. He's connected to our monetary system and to our homeland security. And to our homeland security. I can promise you. Promise you. Brain. Let's look at them. Yeah, I'm sure that, I don't know about these people. All right, so look at this. So Bahrain or Bahrain, they also have the 855 that's going to be opposed. They also have the 855 that's going to be opposed in a big way with the dark moon and the moon. So whatever it is going to take, whatever is going to be, whatever this is, we are reflecting on something that's already happened. There is something that we are going to be reflecting on. And I think that NATO is going to lead this into a reflection. So it will start with NATO, right? The dark moon is going to come to NATO first. It's going to come to NATO first at an 854. And then by the time it reaches Bahrain, United States, this is when we are going to be warring with whatever is taking place. So what I'm thinking is that this is going to be the the consequence, if you will. This will be like a consequence. This time period is going to be like a consequence of whatever it is that's already happened. Make sense? Hmm. Lord, Lord, Lord. Who else? Who else? We got China. We got China. We got China. We got China. Let me look at that. Let me look at China. Something is not, I'm not, we, Iran isn't fighting this alone. Not fighting this alone. Can't be. I definitely see Vladimir. We're going to look at Vladimir too with this time period because he's got the justice. The justice would be, could be homeland as well. Could be homeland. Like there's something that's going to happen within the United States as well. Yes. Yes, and more yes. This is definitely China. China is going to be involved somehow. So we've got the CIA. Well, China is definitely going to be involved with this, and so will Russia. So will Russia. This is only going to get more intense. This is definitely only getting more intense. And the reason why I'm saying this is because look, I know that this is Vladimir and it's like some space tech, like some kind of wormhole shit. And then same with China. They're going to have a reigniting of a flame with groups, but it's overseas. This is some technological shit. I really believe that. We may not hear about it, we may not know about it, but it's their technical stuff. Like we don't even have to even focus on nukes. Huh. Something else that's really weird. Let me go back. Let me look at Vladimir. Russia and China will stand up for Iran. Yes, that makes sense. Let's look at him. Let's look at Vladimir. Like I see other states, but I'm trying to keep it focused on the war. But like that 1717 is definitely going to be that's oh shit. The 1717 is also Alabama. You know, there's other agencies that have the 1717, but I always think about Vladimir. And I'm still looking for that 454 with Venus. I've seen it. I've looked at it. Oh, one of our ships is a 929, and that's where he has a relationship with. See, this 446 is going to be coming to a 448. And I'm just waiting for that to take place because a bunch of them have that 448, and it never looks good, right? It just never looks good. So what's going to happen is Saturn is going to come to Vladimir. Saturn is going to be making contact. It's going to activate the moon. So once it does, he is going to be reflecting on taking responsibility for whatever it is that's going to be happening, because he's letting go of something. Look, he's letting go of something with that 2430, with the sixth house of health, with war. And I say war because it's an Aries. Chiron is going to sit there. And I'm wondering now, will it be Russia that does something, or is Russia going to get something done to them? Like an earthquake produced, something like that. See, this is directed energy. This is what Vladimir keeps under, um, keeps it secret. This is secret right here. And this series right here in Gemini, that is directed energy. It's electromagnetic. Definitely making contact here. So he's going to have two that's activated. He'll have Sedna, which is about the sea and betrayal. We got directed energy here, but it does look like it's already happened at this time. The relationship that's in the past. This is, it could be CIA that is, that actually isn't playing the American game, but is playing the Russia game. We could have a spy. There's something not right here, because there's a relationship with him, but it's in the past. Russian electronic warfare capabilities are high, advanced, focusing on disrupting NATO communications, radar, and drone navigation. Key systems include the long range jamming, anti satellite. Is that going to be it? Is that what this is, y'all think? Yeah, the missing general was in charge of labs for space. Where'd he go? Oh, wow. This is crazy. Hey, Women's Warrior. Good to see you, hon. This is crazy. I mean, I get it. Like I said, this is a different type of war. This is a different type of war, but there's something going on here with him, with Russia and China. With Russia and China. It's definitely, hmm. There's a relationship. See, there's this relationship with Vladimir. Juno is a relationship, and so we've got this relationship. We got this relationship that's showing up, that's activating the groups with Vladimir and the way that he creates in the sea. Giving someone, like giving them ammo, giving not ammo, but giving them hmm, what is really going on here? Let me just tell you, the USS Roosevelt has a 1355. The USS Roosevelt has a 1355 in their sixth house. It is in Pisces, and it's the Neptune Pisces. Well, that 1355 is not just connecting to Vladimir, but it also connects to Netanyahu. Let's look at him now. Pretty sure he has a 1355 as well. So we could have somebody on that ship that's not on the up and up. Hard to trust people, you know, to not be a martyr. Maybe that 1355 is with Israel. We need to look. One of our ships has a 2642 as well. I'll have to be looking at these, bouncing back and forth and trying to figure it out. But the dark moon has still not made it to his ascendant just yet, but it's coming. There was a relationship here. So could it be so the relationship's going to come here first with the international law. Could be NATO. You know, France. Let's see. $26.42. Oh, damn it. Let's look at Israel. Yeah, peace, not war. Peace, not war. I don't see how anybody can justify God approving war. I mean, get out of here. Get out of here with that. So, Israel is definitely going to be transformed with their values, with the international waters. Going to be transformed for the future. There's definitely a lot of faith that's with them, but it's not. This isn't. It's not. It's not with this. It's not with this. It's crazy. Why? They've got all the eights, but there's not. It's not the 832. It's not the 831. It's almost like it's already happened, and we're reflecting on it. We're reflecting on it. Looked at these. I don't know if I looked at the Dakota. Don't think I looked at this Dakota one. The USS Dakota. This is also a submarine. This would be nukes. This would be the nukes. What's up, the great one, Julio? What's going on? EW systems are integrated into a broader strategy to deny adversaries the use of the electromagnetic spectrum. That's what I'm thinking that it is. Whatever this is, that is, you're explaining it exactly how I'm feeling it when I'm looking at this. It's crazy. But I mean, that's definitely possible that's what we're going to, we may not hear about it, but this is CIA stuff. This is CIA stuff. And today, this submarine is, it's going to be opposed. There's a lot of an opposition with this submarine today. This submarine is going to be opposed. That 1054 is in Cancer. Well, this 1054 with Cupid is in Capricorn. So this is there's an opposition here. I just have this heavy feeling. It's a heavy feeling that there's something that's happening in the sea with our submarines or ships. I'd like to know. I wish I knew like right now. But there's some type of responsibility that's not being had. And I can see it in these charts of the carriers and the submarines. It's critical with groups with this submarine right here. And we can see that there's going to be a wake-up call. There's going to be this wake-up call. The sun has already went over it. And then there's going to be this wake-up call. Palace is going to come to that 1458. And there's this investigation. There's some type of investigation here. So I don't like it. Don't like it. Jupiter is sitting right here. And Jupiter is in the third house. And Jupiter is opposing this ninth house. And this is the international. Jupiter is about the international law. Look at UN, United Nations. Look at this. United Nations. Y'all can think of anybody else for me to pull up. I certainly will. If you want to see it. Now the UN has an 834. So could it be that whatever it is that we could be reflecting on here, with the CIA is actually going to happen when the nodes of fate are at 834. That's possible. Possible. Very possible. I mean, they are being opposed in every which way, but I mean, they are in a major oppositions here. Major opposition with them. Okay, I'm not seeing. All right, let's go to Trump. I need to look at, at Elon. I mean, look, we need to look at the leaders that are behind the scenes too, right? Like Elon, Mr. Space Boy. Is it a retaliation for the sub taking down ship? I mean, I don't know. Look at all the wonders he created. There is no way our creator would be okay with this. There's just no reason for it. All we are saying is give peace a chance. See it, women's warrior. That's what I'm saying. Anybody that wants to try to justify this, they just can't. You can't justify this. Well, so we wanna take you over because you may produce nukes, even though everybody else has nukes. We don't want you to have them, so we're gonna take you over. Come on, it's all lies. All of this, it's all lies, all lies. Let me just tell you something too. Let's look at the transits right now for a second. See if the okay. So the dark moon is at an 852 now. She's making her way to that 835, I mean 855. Well, she's in the 4th house. But when we look at Trump, this is what's happening with Trump. Let me show you what's happening with Trump right now. Because he's going to be crying. He's probably already crying about it. The dark moon has already just went over his Mercury. So there is a lot of condemnation that is coming to him. Lots of people are weighing him down. The media, we the people, we are weighing him down. We are giving him a lot of disordered aggression with what we are saying about him because he's Mr. Ego. Mr. Ego. So, hmm, the school may be civilian facility. They claim that's still being investigated. Oh, could be. I mean, I'm sure that we're not going to take the blame for it. We're not going to take any type of responsibility for anything that we do. Sounds a bit weird, but there's nothing there about a secret sub or something coming from the water coming at New York. I can look at that. Jen, have you looked at past world wars? I have. Coming to New York, maybe? Hmm. That would be interesting. We'll have to take a look at that. Let's see. New York. I only see that the health factor is it's definitely going to come for Donald Trump here. There's a lot he is going to be, the world health is making its way to Vulcan. This is going to be a big deal.
as it's sitting there, but it's not an exact. It's at a 25.29. It's not exact. It's sitting there really close. And each day, each time, as time passes, it's just going to get closer and closer. So the communications with him, his public image, we the people, it's coming to a halt. I don't know that Trump is going to make it this full term. I really don't. I keep wondering that about him. Keep wondering. I can see some other things that are coming, but it's nothing personal other than what I've just said. Let me look at New York. Are we talking about New York City? What do I keep losing that? I keep losing my New York. Let me see. There it is. All the way up here to New York. Go all the way down to March 10th, the middle of the night. You don't want Australia involved? I'm saying. I bet. Australia is providing military aid to UAE? What? Hey, Lynette. I'm so confused. So you're saying that, hey Sue, good to see you, hon. So are you saying that, let me look at that. We have Europe, Australia sent military, so I guess I'll have to look at them. Damn. Farmers run low on fuel as fighting continues in Middle East. Aussies told not to panic, buy fuel and food. God, Lord. So this is basically becoming a world war. I mean, right? Isn't it? Have I looked at Starmer? I haven't. Who is Starmer? Forgive me, but who is Starmer? I'm sorry. I don't know. Yeah, moving up here. I had to get something to drink. Okay. Let's look at New York. Since we are concerned about
something possibly going down in New York. I thought I already did that. You know what? That was a good one to pull because they have the 1717, just like Alabama, and it is in an opposition. So this 1717 is in an opposition with New York. And the 11th house of groups, it's going to bring a lot of attention with groups. Mm, look at that. That 1054. Lowest point. Lowest point for New York. Hmm. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see something here. We got anything going on in New York today? Because this is an all-dayer. This is a 24-hour transit. Counter protester threw improvised explosive at anti-Islam event in New York City. So this has been a 24-hour transit. This is why. This is why. This is why, guys. Damn, that was 23 hours ago. How did I miss that? Mayor Mamdani was not at Gracie Mansion when protesters lit devices. News wrap: two charged with bringing explosives to New York protests. What? Search on for suspect in pair of subway push incidents on Upper East Side. So there was two men that was charged. Huh. Unbelievable. Y'all see that? Okay, so that's why. Well, that's why we're seeing this, but there's a justice, there's something happening that is going to be in an opposition. So, and it looks like that is definitely going to be a justice with Alabama, but also see a reigniting of a flame with California. With California. So let's look at California. That's crazy. Yeah, see, this is a 24-hour transit. So what this means is that Cupid out of 1054 is just sitting here at the lowest point, and it has to do with the government. It has to do with the government. Capricorn is ruled by Saturn. What is Saturn? Saturnalia. I mean, their biggest ruler would be the Vatican, but everybody else would fall down through that. Speaking of the Vatican, yeah, that's why. And not only that, I mean, tonight, in the middle of the night, there's an opposition. So you see, there's a justice here. It's like a vigilante, the bombing, whatever. That 1717 is right here in the fifth house in the way that they create. And this 422, let me just tell you, that 422 definitely goes to, let me show you, that 422 in the fifth house, Pisces, right here. There it is. There's the 422, guys. It's in Israel's chart, and it's their public image. So the 422 for New York and how they are connected to Israel. They're connected to Israel. The Pisces would be the sea, it would be the shipments, the trade, but it could also be a big problem for New York because of the connection to Israel. I mean, it's like we are the United States of Israel now. I think this could have something to do. There could be something else that's going to happen in New York tonight. That's possible. That is possible. Well, so if I look at the UK, I'm going to look at the King Charles, because I've got his birth time. So if I look at Starmer, I don't know that I would be able to find the UK's prime minister birth time. Ham warns of impact on Iran conflict on UK economy. Of course. I mean, Trump tells Starmer aircraft carriers no longer needed in Mideast, accuses him of joining war that the United States already won. Wow. Whoa. Whoa. Dang. There's Starmer. Okay. See, time unknown. Time unknown. We'll pull him anyway. We'll pull him anyway. We'll just see if we can get the non-mover and non-moving details, Starmer. September 2nd, 1962. Let's do a default of 12 p.m. London. Let's look at him real quick. Well, he's definitely connected to he's definitely connected to our Homeland Security and Maryland and Homeland Security. Definitely. He's got issues with China. Well, look at there. So he definitely is going to be having this North Node that is going to be coming to his Chiron, the Chiron in Pisces. So the Chiron in Pisces, the North Node is coming there to his Chiron. Huh. See, Saturn has already made contact with this Kronos, That's the conversation with Trump. And he definitely has a connection with Texas, the government of Texas. No doubt about it. No doubt. No doubt. But when I look at the UK, instead of even looking at the UK's chart, I just look at the King Charles. As of March 9th, 2026, New York is facing security crisis following the discovery of an undetonated ISIS-inspired explosive device from Mayor. Well, is it ISIS though, or is it the CIA? See, I just don't trust any of them. There's always some kind of Houthi. There's all kinds of, these groups. These groups, come on. I mean, how many names are we going to call them? You know, how many, what are we going to do? Right? So, yeah, he doesn't have a birth time. And a lot of times they won't, but like the president, vice president, they usually will have their birth time on here, but he doesn't. So that's kind of, that does suck. But there was another 855 that I was looking at earlier. Missouri's got the 2642. Okay. That's right. And so do they have the 1717 as well? They are connected with the CIA. Missouri is CIA and BlackRock. Not BlackRock, I'm sorry, Vanguard. CIA is CIA and Vanguard. Yes, Missouri, CIA and Vanguard. Need to remember that. Missouri. So Missouri is also coming into transit all day tomorrow. When does that for? Ooh, tomorrow. Okay. Missouri. What's going on in Missouri? What's going on in Missouri? Let's check the earthquakes. Let's check the earthquakes first. See what's going on here. Columbia. Damn. Look at that. Hold on. Louisiana? Damn. Louisiana, it just keeps having these quakes. And they would appear to be possibly from hydraulic fracturing. Interesting. Look at that. It's so quiet. Look at that. In LA, it's so quiet. Nothing above a 2.5. Huh. That's weird. Very weird. Very weird. So let's look at Missouri. Hold on. Very weird. Ex-Missouri House Speaker sentenced to federal prison for COVID fraud. You don't say. The House Speaker. Ah, Archbishop. Okay, that's not what I'm looking. Okay, all right. Well, COVID fraud. Things of the past with our government. That could be it. The fraud. That could be it, the fraud. But let me just tell you something. The Secret Service and the CIA, as well as Vanguard, are all connected to Missouri. Big time. Big time. Yes, as in Vanguard Investments, right? Yeah. What up, Army vet? There's an actual post on Google that he has purposely not showed his birth time to prevent astrology charts being done on him. How bizarre is that? No way. I bet. I bet. I mean, and I think that that's kind of like it's a public record that a lot of people are beginning to understand that they may want to hide that. Astrologers are really good, especially with an exact birth time. But okay, so that's that. Missouri fraud that's coming into transit momentarily. It's going to be in transit all day to tomorrow. All day. All day, all day. Missouri will be talked about. Okay. What else? What else do we have here? Yeah, I think it's the House Speaker. I think it's that House Speaker that's coming in really strong. Okay, so let's look at Dubai. I don't know why my stuff is not. Dubai. Still looking for that fate holder. Dubai is highly connected to California. So, yeah, I remember that now. Okay, so we know that once the momentarily, like tomorrow, momentarily, that dark moon is going to end up tomorrow night. It's going to end up coming and sitting here. So Dubai is not going to be doing good. Not going to be doing good. Nope. Nope. And I need to look at California. With this time too, because there's some weird stuff. And I know that there's other countries. It's got that 855. It's probably Jordan. It's probably Jordan. Yeah, thank you, Sue. I got his birthday, just not his birth time. But thank you. The only thing that I see with them is the health factor. So this 2529, let me hold on. This 2529 is going to give a wake up call. And see how Dubai, when I was saying Dubai is connected to California, it's through that 858. So when the dark moon goes over Dubai, the dark moon is going to be actually making contact. It's going to be activating California's chart with their public image and the home. Okay. And so we are definitely going to be this is about two with groups given a wake-up call with an investigation in California. At the same time, we are going to be reigniting a flame with this 2945 with the law. What else? What else? What else? Things of the past. Things of the past with California. Hmm. Uh, see, that's at 3 o'clock in the morning. For them, it's going to be what, 12:30 on a Tuesday night. Hmm. Let's go back up. There's another country, Louisiana. We might as well look at Louisiana because dang, they're quaking. Let's go ahead and duel them out too. That's right. We've already looked at Louisiana. We already looked at them, but that's okay. Looked at them yesterday. I see. I see. I see. So when that 2556 comes over Donald Trump, it's going to make contact with the communications about Louisiana. It's definitely going to make something. There's going to be something with Louisiana. But none of this I'm seeing. Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. The communications with that 2430, remember that? They connect to that 2430 is a relationship from the past. So is that going to be the earthquake? With the drilling? The drilling, the 2430? Wasn't it Vladimir that's got that? Wasn't it him? It is. It is him. He's connected to Louisiana? They're playing with our energy fields, okay? I can't even say, is Canada? Let me pull up Canada. Let's see if Canada's in this right here. They're playing with our electromagnetic field, microwaves, the electromagnetic spectrum. That's what they're playing. They're playing games here. Not good. Let's see. Canada is going to be having a major opposition, but it just hasn't come yet. But it's coming. It's coming on like the 15th. I can't remember, but it's somewhere around there. Well, it would be, yeah, with the law, with certain laws with Canada and the government. Canada formally reverses ban on TikTok business unit. Okay, so that could be it. That could be it. Let's look at TikTok. Let's look at TikTok. Let's see if I can. Let's look at them. Oh, shoot. Let me plug up my phone. Hmm. Yeah, that would have been, yeah. So, let's see. 2458. So we are going to see more stuff with TikTok. Okay. So yeah, this is the energy it looks like has moved off of them in Canada, but I can see where that is 2458. It's going to be a lot of more warring going on with I think it's the way that people are making money. The way that people are making money with TikTok. That's what it kind of looks like to me with that's going on with TikTok. Let's see. I looked at Lockheed Martin. I looked at the UN. I looked at Turkey and France. Let's look at the stock. Let's look at the stock exchange or is it the Dow? Let's look at the Dow. Okay. Let's look at the Dow here because whatever is going to be happening overnight, whatever is happening, let's look at the Dow. So whatever is happening overnight should be affecting. Yeah, it's going to affect. So look at that. So the Dow has a 447. And remember, we just saw the 447 in Missouri's chart. So Missouri and the Dow, they both have a 447 that's going to be transformed all day tomorrow, all day, all day, all day, because Pluto is coming to that 447 and it'll be a 24-hour transit. So this is going to go into the 12th as well. So it's going to be transforming this weight. And it's the weight of the sea. It's the weight of the sea with the war, the weight of charity, if you will. But it's going to be more. I'm looking at more of the sea. The sun is going to shine, and we're going to have a little break, and then little breakup, and then Pluto is going to make contact and activate. Oh, and look at that 2556 that we were just talking about with Trump. There it is, and it's with the war. So we've got that 2556 that is coming to Missouri and coming to the Dow. This is also with Trump with their public image. And then look, this 1717, we know who that goes to. We know who it goes to, and it's Neptune. Who is the secret one? Who's the secret one? Well, Vladimir. It's Russia. It's Russia. I definitely think I'm looking at technology, like magnetic, like Jeff was explaining, some type of magnetic wave. a disruption. You know, the CIA can do so much. We have so much that we can do as far as crippling someone without even touching them. The Dow is definitely connected to, oh man, definitely connected to Louisiana, New Mexico, 2605. So all that energy, that was a couple of days ago with the law, with the war of the sea. And of course, we're going to have a major intensity with the Dow. It's coming. We haven't even seen it yet. I mean, like I said before, I'll say it again. The month of March, the month of April, all the way through June, it just looks like it's really rocky when it comes to our monetary system. The IRS is also a part of this. This 855 is definitely connected to the United States when it comes to space, plasma, and major solar flares as well. So you got that to think about as well. I mean, it's like always something, but let's look at the stock. Let's look at the New York stock for March 10th. It's going to begin it. So March 10th is now over here. The stock is over here. Sorry about the left and right, but we can make it work here. So we're going to see a shakeup with money, with values. The 2758 is going to make itself known. So tomorrow is going to be an interesting day to watch the market. This is going to be the day to watch the market. It's going to be a beginning of something. Yes, Cinderella, I saw that today. I saw that. Thank you for sending that. Hey, Mary. Hypersonic weapons travel at speed of at least 5 Mach and are highly maneuverable, making them difficult to detect and intercept compared of traditional ballistic missiles. What about microwave? Anything having to do with like the I guess hypersonic, would that have to do also with the electromagnetic spectrum? Yes. Okay. Okay. CIA guys. CIA. Some major covert type of operations that are going to be happening overnight. And I wouldn't believe everything that you wake up to. The narrative, that is. The narrative. Because it may be different than what we're actually told. You know what I'm saying? It's probably going to be different. All right. I don't think we're going to see anything major. I don't think that we're going to see any type of, I mean, we could, but I don't think we're going to see, once Chronos gets here to the 1525 now, or Jupiter, when we get to the 1525, now that could be some serious stuff going down. And I've already marked it on my in the database. So we got a ways for that, but we're going to start seeing a lot of instability, a lot of instability. I mean, it may correct itself, but then it's not. But then it won't. It won't correct itself. I think we're going to see something major. And it's not going to be like, it'll be a major shift. Like with crypto. This is going to, I think that this is going to be like a crypto thing, but there's going to be a major shakeup Whatever is going down, it's going to be after when we wake up, when Uranus hits that 2759. Of course, it's already in orbit 2758. But when the stock opens in the morning, when that bell rings, we could be seeing something pretty catastrophic. But we'll just have to see. I mean, we don't know how this is going to work itself out. And just so you know, the way that I got this time is when the New York Stock Exchange opened and the bell first rang. (10:10 a.m.) May 17th, 1792. That's the chart that I have. That is the chart. Jupiter is also going to be making contact and activating this 1509, but we got a ways for that. Mars is going to eventually come against this Mars in the second house, eventually going to come against it. And I would imagine it could be about healthcare. It could be about something going on with the healthcare. But we're going to see, yeah, we're definitely going to see that. So when the 23, let's see, when the 2430, 454, I'm still not seeing that. And I know I've seen it a gazillion times. It just, I can't find it. Could be with the Economic Forum. I've looked at the CIA. Let's see. Who else have I got in here? Federal Aviation. I don't think so, but damn, it could be. It actually could be something going on with a flight, a plane. Hold on. Let me look. And the only reason why I'll say that is because their lunar nodes of fate are a 2457. And if we look at, so this would be later in the day on March 10th, 2457. No. That's going to be in a few days. Hold on. 2457. When will that take place? And it could be having to do with damn, there's that 454 again. Venus is going to be at a 454. Secret Service. Trump. Okay, so this is another big day, March 15th. This could have to do with the FAA. I just haven't found. Look at that. And the vertex is a 454. Okay, so we're gonna look at this because this is related to the FAA. So we're gonna keep an eye on this. So March 15th, 12:33 p.m. Let me write that down. March 15th, 12:33 p.m. Okay, so Jeff says, yes, hypersonic technology is deeply connected to the electromagnetic spectrum. Thank you, Julio. Electromagnetic weapons are focused energy, specifically high power microwaves, radio wave frequency rather than kinetic. Yes. See, this is what has already been enforced. This is what people are already been talking about, especially people that have worked in the CIA. They have major problems, major lasting, long health problems because of them being used, them and their family. Them and their family were being used as test bunnies, and they didn't even know it. They know it now. They definitely feel betrayed, obviously. I've been listening, and is that why Missouri is under state emergency? I didn't know that they were. What? I just looked at Missouri. I just looked at them. Missouri. That's 3 days ago? And what? In preparation for dangerous weather. And will expire on April 5th, 2026. Girl, thank you. That would be it. Yes, thank you. Okay, good. Okay, well, at least now we know what's going on with Missouri. But this is the FAA, so we're gonna see something happening with the FAA here. Yeah. Yep. And at this point in time is when Trump would be learning about something. He's gonna be learning about something. It's gonna hit him. 0050, that would be Ohio. That would be Tennessee, Arizona. Tennessee, Arizona. Hmm. And then the fate is going to come to Iran. Yes. And there's a divine justice with the FBI. So we're going to see something, guys. We're definitely going to see something happening with the FAA. March 15th. Let me see. Hold on. Let me make sure that there's nothing that's coming up for them. The Legacy Aviation Safety Information Analysis and Sharing Site is scheduled to be decommissioned on March 15th, 2026. There it is, guys. I mean, there it is. The public comment period for Hawaii-based air traffic project was extended to end on March 15th, 2026. Damn, look at that. Look at that. There it is. Now we know. Huh. The FAA is coordinating with the Pentagon on high energy laser tests to address safety concerns regarding drones following recent airspace closure near the US Mexico border. Well, damn, that was having to do with Nancy Guthrie, right? Wild, wild, wild. Uh, there it is. So, shit, let's pull up Hawaii. There it is. At least now we don't have to worry about something major going on in our skies. That's what it is. Or will it? They're going to use that. Huh. Can't make this shit up, man. Telling you. Let's see. When was that? Oh, dang. I didn't save it. The 15th. Huh. at 12:33. Wow. Well, there it is. Okay, let me save it. Mm-mm-mm. Let's pull up Hawaii with this, with all of this, because we just don't know what the hell is happening here. What are they doing? See if that's showing up for Hawaii. Oh, Pluto has already. Yeah. So on the 10th, there's going to be huge. We're going to see a lot going on with Hawaii because there's going to be a lot of weight on the health of Hawaii. Gosh, I can see that plain as day. The the Secret Service, all of this weight. There's going to be in the middle of the night. In the middle of the night tonight, right into in the morning. Mercury is going to be sitting at a 1357, but Mercury is going to be in Pisces. Mercury is actually up here. And so Mercury is going to be opposing their values, Hawaii's values, and Venus here in the fourth house of home. It's going to bring some attention, I would imagine. Hmm. Interesting. All right. Let's look at this. So no flying. Well, I think there's a there's a lot to be I mean, isn't America great again? Isn't America great? Footage appears to confirm U.S. strike on Iranian base adjacent to Manab School. Yep. Well, there it is. There it is. So we may be already seeing this, right? We may already be seeing it was our fault that the school got decimated. All these kids. Did that prayer help the kids? That's where I really have a hard time going back to even why I even started this live like this, because that's why I have such a hard time with look, I prayed and prayed and prayed and prayed for people to live and not terminally die. Okay. And it didn't matter how much I prayed. And then I realized they had a fate that I couldn't interfere with. And this is fated. Good, bad, and different. It's all fated. The only thing that we can do is to be the best people that we can be. But this isn't ordained by God. And anybody that jumps on that train, you need to jump off my channel. If you want to jump on that train, you aren't a tribe here, okay? You'll never be a tribe. I'm just saying. I've got to be fully transparent here. No. No. Not happening. God is not going to ordain somebody to go and shoot up schools, innocent kids. This isn't an ordained war. And if you believe that it is, you got mental mind. Your mind has been infiltrated. And until you free yourself, you cannot free yourself as long as you are in with this religious indoctrination. I mean, this is crazy. It's just crazy stuff, guys. It's crazy. No way. No way. Uh-uh. It just goes all over me. Goes all over me. So you prayed so hard. I guess you're better because your kid didn't die and mine did. So you must be better. No, I don't believe that at all. I definitely don't believe that at all. I believe in fate. I have faith in fate. Trump says Iran war will be over pretty quickly, but US hasn't won enough. He is an idiot. An absolute idiot. I mean, it just drives me insane. So our gas prices are going to about $3, and I imagine that it's gonna get even higher, which isn't, I know that it's not as bad as, yeah, hurting children is where I draw the line. It's not acceptable. So Jeff says China, the YJ-19 is a hypersonic missile designed for the anti-ship role intended for submarines. United States, the Navy has integrated the conventional prompt strike system, a boost glide weapon, onto Block V Virginia class submarines. The people's kids pushing the button are highly protected. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly, Jeff. We don't see Barron. We don't see him on the front lines, do we? We don't see him, and they are heavily protected. Do you think that he's going to send his kids? Do you think that any of these people are going to send their kids? Oh, no. No, they're not. They're not going to send their kids to war. They want your kids, my kids, gone. They don't care. They don't care. It just irritates the shit out of me, guys. Yeah, put them old geezers out there. You wanna fight so bad, Trump? Why don't you get in the submarine, buddy? Why don't you get on the ship? You coward? No, you're too busy fondling kids. You're too busy fondling kids. This is the Epstein Fury. This isn't the Iran Fury. This is the Epstein Fury. Come on, let's get it right. Let's get it right. It's a bunch of BS. Bullshit. Yeah. These weapons allow the submarines to engage high-value, time-sensitive targets from long range, challenging existing maritime defense systems. Let's look at what China's doing. Let's look at what China's doing. Hold on. China may be preparing for nuclear war. Trump can't ignore it. They don't have to do nukes. Really, really. They can decimate a whole city without even a nuke. Biotech stocks. There it is. Okay, but what is China doing? Why China can withstand oil surges? Let's see, what else are they doing? China warns flames of war spreading, but signals its welcome for a Trump meeting. Haven't they met enough? Let's look at China and plasma. Because that's, oh shit, hold on. China and plasma. That's what I want to talk about. Yes, fusion. Fusion. Superconducting tomahawk. That's what I'm talking about. China achieves a plasma density never before reached in a fusion reactor. That's what I'm talking about. China's artificial sun just broke a fusion limit scientists thought was unbreakable. Wow. This is all in January. China is so advanced. Huh. Okay, so China in space. How China is challenging the US to become the next great space power. I believe it. 21 hours ago, innovation drives China's space industry success. China unveils flying aircraft carrier. Star Wars spaceship could deploy unmanned fighter jets. That's a month ago. Okay, this is all a week ago. Okay. Let's go to space weather because this is also something that could be happening overnight. Look at that. China has quietly launched one of the most mysterious spacecraft currently in orbit, a reusable robotic spaceplane named Divine Dragon. Oh. On February 7th, 2026, the vehicle began its fourth orbital mission. Although what that mission is, few people outside of China know. Well, if okay, so if they go, that's why you asked about the dam crash of the middle class. Yeah. Hmm. Okay, the CME that's coming out, I'm looking at more of something that would kick off overnight. But they could be okay, so they could be the divine dragon. They could be spying. That could be a damn spy. Spying on the war. Dang. Unscrewed spacecraft that launches vertically and lands horizontally. A deity worshipped in coastal regions believed to control water and weather. Well, interesting. What is Elon doing? What's he doing today? Because he will be coming into transit very, very soon with Pluto. Recruits William Shatner to promote a controversial, that doesn't surprise me. That's what it is. New X feature. Claims AI will end retirement savings. Okay. Experts say that advice is risky. Billionaire Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg use mortgages to buy multi-million-dollar mansions. Hmm. Elon Musk wrote facing action from UK government. Tesla's bold Bitcoin move a journey. Okay. Elon wants a do-over on Twitter trial after jury pool couldn't hide its disdain. Yeah, dude. I mean, you're just one step away from just going to Mars. For $2 an hour, Elon Musk is going to replace humans. Hmm. Don't surprise me. This mother. Elon. Do me a favor, Michelle. See if you can find when the dam. I need a time, around a time and date that they started creating that dam. Elon Musk. Let's look at the March 10th. Yep. Yep. So he is being transformed for the next 24 hours. And this is about the mortgages. That would definitely be about other people's money, things that are hidden, hidden taxes, hidden money. But yeah, Mars is going to come. So see, Mars is coming. Mars is actually at a 6. But then when Mars gets to, well, yeah, Mars will be at a 7. Mars won't come here until it's an 816. Mars is already opposing his values and things of the past, things that he's done. And that 1358, Mercury is going to make contact. There's going to be even more media stuff going on about him, the United States, AI, all of that shit. That is definitely going to be happening. See, he and Elon, oh shit, Elon and Bill Gates, okay? Elon and Bill Gates, they have a connection with the United States that is very dark when it comes to our health and space. All right. Health and space, foreign entities, foreign relations. Our dark moon with the United States is connected to Elon and Bill Gates. And of course, you can already see that. We got the evidence of that. But when this 446, when Pluto comes to a 448, that's when we're going to see some serious shit go down. Charlie Kirk was killed with that 448. With that degree is what I'm saying. That degree is a big one because a bunch of them have it. A bunch of these people have it. So it is what it is. The other thing that we are seeing with Elon is that there's this betrayal with communications. This 00 is right here with the 11th house of groups, how he brings in money, and there's an opposition with the things that he hides from the courts, from the attorneys, from the attorneys. Mm-mm-mm. I still haven't seen though, and I don't know. So tomorrow we're supposed to have pretty bad storms tomorrow and Wednesday, so I don't know if I'll be able to be on or not. But if I can make time, I'm going to come on here and tell you the things that I found tonight while I was investigating, because this is just stuff that I was looking at today. So I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. Michelle, I'm going to screenshot that and I'll pull up the chart and look at it and see if I can figure out um, what would be a good time to set that dam, the China dam, and see what I can actually come up with. You know, so there is yeah, I mean, we can see the evidence of all of this. But what is going to happen here, it remains to be seen. We'll just have to see how this, is it going to be anything? What is, I know that more and more Places have that 855. I don't know why my shit isn't saving. But it's another. Could it be Germany? Where is Germany in all this shit? Where is Germany? Where is Germany in this? Because let me tell you something. Germany is the one that's got the big ass. Germany. Where is Germany in all of this? Well, just like the FAA, we're going to see the FAA has a 2457 and Germany has a 2457. So on the 15th, we're going to see Germany. They're the ones that have a lot of capability. Lots of capability. So we're going to see them on that day, on the 15th. On the 15th. Let me write that shit down. Let's see. Who else? Let's look at the Department of Energy. That will also King Charles. I remember that's the 15th as well. What about William? What about missing dude that nobody's talking about? Like, what is going on here? We got a ways to go, I think, with him. Was it Dubai? No, we looked at Dubai. We looked at Dubai. New York stock, we looked at that. The World Economic Forum. I know that we've got stuff going on with the World Economic Forum. I know that that's coming up in April, I think. They're not doing good. I mean, we're just not doing good with the forum, okay? That's a definite. That's a definite. Federal Reserve, same thing. Let me make sure. The IRS. Yeah. Lots of weight is being on the Federal Reserve, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So they're very the Federal Reserve's very fragile. This is a fragile time for our economy here. Look at Idaho. We got a ways for Idaho and the little monkey, Michael Monkey Vaughn. We got a ways for. Okay, so Denmark will definitely be in transit tomorrow. So there's going to be more talk about Greenland, right? There's going to be more talk about Greenland. Let's look at this holier than thou. Lindsey Graham. Got me all kinds of messed up, dude. It's your Armageddon stuff. I mean, it's Armageddon. $25, $22. Mm. Well, he could be having some health problems. Lindsey Graham could be having some health problems. Let's look at Colorado. Oh shit. Let's look at the Space Force base. That's right. That's right. We were definitely seeing some problems here today. There was definitely some problems with the Space Force base, and I think it has to do with the missing general. Because if you remember, that missing event is going over that Shriver Space Force base in a big way. So there was a lot of problems with them. It's moved off. It's going to be moving off of them. And so it could be that the general will be found soon because now the Saturn has moved off of them. That's bad. Bad, bad, bad. Bad, bad. Yeah, don't get you started on Lindsey Graham. I'm saying. David Stern is Germany. Oh, Sandy. Yeah. I mean, we were just talking about the stuff going on in New York. Colorado. There's going to be some intensity with Colorado. And look, Colorado Springs, they have the what is that called? There's just too much that goes on in Colorado that's just weird. Okay, they got some underground weird shit going on. A lot of weird testing, weird underground stuff. They also have, especially when it comes to children. Okay, especially when it comes to children, they got some weird shit going down. And Mars is coming. Mars is coming to their health, the sixth house of health. Mars is coming here to their Saturn. So, yeah. They also have the 2430. They also have the 2430. Wow. So this is happening overnight. Overnight, 3 o'clock in the morning, whatever, what have you. There's other weird shit that's going to be going down. And Pluto is going to be making contact and activating this intense experience with them. Colorado. And relationships. Lots of warring. Colorado Springs. I can't remember what it's called, but it's like if there's any missiles that come into the United States, They have a defense system. So let's look at that. Let's look at the defense. So where am I at here? Let's look at Nevada. See DARPA. Hold on. Who's burning your dinner? Oh no. Oh no. Well, there's a wisdom of things that they were just learning about today. Nevada, they were just learning about some things today, giving them a little shaky shake, shaking it up. That they're gonna be shaken up tomorrow in the middle of the night. There's definitely things that are happening that we're not gonna hear. We're not gonna hear about it on the news, I don't think. So Nevada is definitely gonna have a things going on with them over the next couple of days. That is for damn sure. Unbelievable. Nevada. Mm. This 2920 is going to be it's going to get shaken up with an opposition with Selena. Okay, what else do we have here? What about Utah? We know we got military all over the world, but I mean, Utah. Okay, Utah. $26.01. $26.01. So that's going to come with Zeus in just a couple of days. Just a couple of days. We'll be hearing about Utah. That'll be like on the 11th. Let's look at the UFO research. Mm. So we're definitely going to see the fate of things of the past with the UFO research. Things of the past with the UFO research. Of course, I'm thinking about Nevada, so, you know. The communications. There is Saturn. Saturn is coming here in the middle of the night, and it's going to be with the CIA. Well, that's good to know, right? That's good to know that we see that there is that the AARO with the UFO research is definitely connected with the CIA. Okay? They're definitely connected. This 251 is where the CIA has their Chiron in Scorpio in the first house. So it's the things that they can't reveal, the things that they have witnessed, the things that they are a part of. That is their Chiron, is the 251. So we're definitely going to see something happen to do with propulsion. Propulsion. So maybe we need to look at that, Jeff, like the propulsion, any type of propulsion. Any type of propulsion type of, oh, sorry. See, the naval research, they have that 357. They have a 417 that's coming into transit. We're going to be looking at, we're already looking at it. I mean, we're definitely, this is the general here. When the general got taken.
And this is definitely connecting to Hillary Clinton and it's also connecting to, what is that? New Mexico. New Mexico and Nancy. She also has that. And man, the dark moon will be coming here. The dark moon is just going to be coming here. It's coming here at the 9:45. This is going to be the atomic. This is going to be some weird ass shit right here with the naval research. No doubt about that. Let's look at the Hill Air Force Base. Here it is again, the Hill Air Force Base. There's the general too. So the the Space Force in Colorado, the Hill Air Force Base in Utah. There it is. And that is definitely connecting to our general that's missing. There, oh, look at that, 2430. Shit. And the sixth house. That's why I'm saying that there is something else. Chiron is going to come here. So our Hill Air Force Base is definitely connecting with Uranus and the sixth house of health with Vladimir, with Russia. Look, ain't that a trip? It's a trip. Trippy. Oh, yes, Sandy. Yeah. It's so our wars are just different now, it's just different. There's definitely a homeland security here. I can see that with the Hill Air Force Base. Let's look at the Patterson Air Force Base. And if you notice, there's a lot of these 1746s, 1747, 1748. These 1740s are intense. They're intense with the electromagnetic spectrum. Hmm. There's so much. Let's look at Pete. Let's look at Pete with this. Where are you at, Pete? Hedge Seth? Here's March 10th. Here's Pete. $17.44. See, his magnetism is 70. That's what I'm talking about. These 1740s are just they're prominent in these charts. I mean, obviously he has a lot coming. Like Saturn is just going to end up sitting here. He's going to have so many limits and obstacles with home and war. It's not even funny.
Jupiter's going to come and expand here. He's got so much. He's just got so much going against him. It's not even, it's just not funny. A lot of our ships, other countries, the United States, they have this 2411. It's about communications. And he is definitely, that's where he meets his mark. But sometimes that mark can go sideways, and it's not going to work out for you. And of course, the dark moon is sitting here in his 12th house, and it's coming here. So it's not, things are just not working out for him, and they're not going to work out for him. And it's about his religious rhetoric. It's, he's definitely taken things a lot. I mean, he's just taken things way too far. Just way too far. And that's that. Here's our defense intelligence. Air Force Base in Missouri. Interesting. Yeah, Julia. I'm over the hellish shit. He's missing for a purpose. Why dropped on media, right? 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 Shit. All right, so our defense intelligence. So the defense intelligence is going to get shaken up first. We are going to see, so our defense intelligence, this is the default of 12 a.m. Our defense intelligence could definitely be an 8:55. But we're going to work it off of this one. Okay, we're going to work it off of this one because they do have a connection to some of the other Middle Eastern countries. So I'm going to leave it here because the dark moon is coming. The dark moon is on them now. The dark moon is making contact with their Pluto right now. What does that mean? That means that our defense intelligence that shot up kids in Iran is right there. There's the dark moon. Mm-hmm. Yep. So it's the dark moon is making contact with this Pluto, and it's about the death of children because this third house of communications is about the intelligence. The defense intelligence, just so you know, it goes to Canada. It also goes to Donald Trump, but it is in opposition with Donald Trump. So the defense intelligence and Donald Trump are in an opposition. They don't take orders well, and they don't give them well, and they're not intelligent with the intelligence with Donald Trump for somehow, some way, some reason. And it has to do with the groups. It has to do with their friend groups and the other agencies within the wartime. It is what it is. Vesta is about the flame of life, and you see that she is at a station, a hard, intense station. The Defense Intelligence Agency is also connected with the Secret Service. Things of the past that they learn, they are definitely connected to the Secret Service, and they oppose the Secret Service. So not only are they in an opposition with Donald Trump, they're also in an opposition with Secret Service. And look at that. Their lunar nodes of fate are 2452. So at 2452, if we look right now, Eris is at a 2454. So that intelligence that shot it up, well, that's where there's a lot of warring going on because evidently they didn't care. Our intelligence is just, It is what it is. Here's the Department of Defense. I'm still looking for certain degrees. I'm just not finding it here. But that's okay. I'll eventually find it. But I want to thank you guys for being here. I've got to end this live. Been on here for 4 hours. 4 hours. Working hard, going hard. All right, guys. So I will be back on probably tomorrow. We'll see. Anyways, hope you guys have a good night. You're welcome, Jill. Thanks for being here, honey. Thanks for hanging out with me. Thanks, Michelle. Thanks, you guys. Thanks, Jeff. Everybody in here. I appreciate you guys. Julia, Sandy. Sandy's burning her dinner. Janet. I appreciate you all. Really. Y'all could be other places, listen to other things. But you're listening to me and I appreciate it. It could just be me in here. I'd be listening to me. But at least I would have it recorded. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'm going to have it recorded. Good night, honey. Sleep good. Y'all have a good night. Peace out.